Good personal stuff.
I mean, Rob is
like you're somewhere else, even when you're close to me. I keep mistaking proximity for intimacy. I don't need intensity. I need you here. I can't compete with the drugs, the way they bend the room. You disappear inside yourself before I even move. It's not that I wasn't enough, I just wasn't loud. I can't compete with the drugs when they pull you underground. I show up when it's hard. You got what you can't hide. You call it feeling alive and let it fucking die inside. I don't wanna be a mirror for something you're running from. I won't turn into a moment just to say we had one. I don't need devotion, I need you real. I can't compete with the drugs, the way they hijack time. I stayed clear, I stayed present. You crossed a different line. It's not that I couldn't love you, I just wanted to drown. I can't compete with the drugs, and I won't learn how. This isn't life, this isn't shame. It's just the space that stays the same. I won't know myself to feel chosen. I won't disappear just to be closer. I can't compete with the drugs, but I keep my name.
anybody want to chat?
Only with myself intact. I don't play that game.
We should be giving Trump $2 billion to do whatever he wants with. Really?
I can't compete with the drugs.
You can't honestly believe that. Good morning, afternoon, whatever. Nick,
Hello.
do you know you're on the panel?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
Number 28, Donald Trump.
Do you still support Trump?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. What's your favorite thing about Donald Trump?
My favorite thing about Donald Trump?
Yeah.
I don't think I have a favorite thing about Donald Trump.
No.
Be honest.
You just agree with everything he's doing, the war in Iran, blockaded Cuba, killing people in Cuba for no reason.
That's not happening. Come on now, buddy. Let's have an adult conversation.
I'm sorry, that's exactly what's happening right now. The blockaded Cuba is absolutely killing people.
No, it's not. Cuba's already killing their own people. They have been since the dawn of time.
No, the dawn of time? Cuba didn't exist at the dawn of time, just so you know. That said, no, I'm sorry. Cuba's been doing very well until Donald Trump decided he wanted to, I don't know,
they haven't done very well since 1958.
Yeah, I disagree.
They haven't had electricity in like 20 years.
They've had electricity all over the fucking island for the last fucking 100 years. I don't know what you're talking about.
They drive cars that were made before all of us were born.
You know how much those cars are worth?
Yeah. Do you know how fucking old they are?
Yeah. Do you know how much they're worth?
They can't sell more than every car so it doesn't matter.
They're worth more than every car you have ever owned in your entire life put together.
They're not going to sell them for what they're worth, so it doesn't matter.
It does matter. That's what they're worth.
They can't go anywhere.
You're bitching that they have cars that are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's crazy. You get that, right?
They can't go anywhere.
They're on an island. Where do you expect them to go?
Yeah, so the value of their cars is literally irrelevant.
No, it's not, because we have boats that can transport cars and shit too.
That's never going to happen.
You have no idea what the hell you're talking about. All right, so how do you feel about a $2 trillion deficit? Donald Trump is leading us. Looks like we're going to be at a $2 trillion deficit this year. Is that okay with you?
We've never been in a deficit in America.
$2 trillion. This is a man that is supposed to cut the deficit, right? He was supposed to spend less money.
He's not solely responsible for that. So.
Yeah, he kind of is.
No, he's kind of not.
Yeah, he kind of is.
I'd like to point out that Nick is like the wriggliest fucking snake. I've heard this guy on panels, and all he does is.
I made that guy cry. That's why he's up here talking shit. I made him cry in another live because he doesn't know what a man is.
You don't know what an economy is. You don't know what a foreign policy is. You don't even know what the fuck our government is.
You guys are crying about money going to J6ers, but the Dems sent $4 million to make chimps gay in Indonesia, so no one cares.
Make chimps gay? Are you fucking insane?
I know, right? That's the Dems.
Honestly, making chimps gay is a better cause than bailing out January 6ers.
That's why you guys are not allowed to win elections
January
anymore.
6ers are literal traitors.
All right.
That's why you guys aren't allowed to win elections anymore.
All right. Knowledge, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
I'm 42 and I voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bud.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm not even sure you're smart enough to be on the panel, my man.
Just
honestly,
why are you worried about gay chimps?
Wait, hold on, Alex.
Why are we sending money to Indonesia?
Why? Stop fucking talking. Alex, can I get your age?
48 Harris, Florida.
Oh, liberals. Lots of liberals. All right, go ahead with your gay chimps right now.
You guys weren't cared about. You didn't care about our tax dollars then. So why the fuck do you care?
Literally don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't care then, so why do you care now?
It was not chimps. It wasn't even anything.
Oh, sorry, it was children.
Homosexuality.
It was children under the age of 12. I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't. God, why do you guys always immediately think about children under the age of 12?
Because you guys like to make them gay in our public schools.
Because you are clear that you guys are always tied up in that. What is it about you guys and pedophilia? Is there some result? Is it like residual feelings that you're having that you need to like go through that you need to talk about?
All right. Dad, can I get your age?
Motherfucker.
All right. Hello.
Shut the fuck up.
That'll work. Chad, can I get your age and who you voted for? Chad.
49 and.
Oh, sorry.
Another one bites the dust.
I just heard your background noise. I apologize. Yeah, 49 and what, Chad? You have to unmute.
Here we go. Sorry about that. 49 and Republican Trump supporter.
All right. Well, how do you feel about $2 billion being given to J6 traders? How does that make you feel?
See, I don't consider anybody that did anything there traders. I mean, they didn't.
Really?
I really don't. I don't.
What is a trader to you?
Somebody that gives up the government to, or gives up the people of the government to better their own agenda, and I don't think any of that happened.
So you have to better your own agenda in order to be a trader?
What the hell would be the point of being a trader?
I don't know what the point is of invading the Capitol, but that's exactly what happened. I would consider a traitor anybody that tries to overthrow the U.S. government, period, for any reason at all.
Well, you guys voted for Obama, so that's kind of hypocritical.
Do you not consider that person a traitor, anybody that tries to overthrow the government?
Well, that's what Obama did directly, and you guys voted for him. So,
Chad?
I'm trying to formulate my conversation so I don't hurt anybody's feelings, obviously.
Not only that, but you nominated Hillary
I'm
Clinton.
trying to be respectful. That's all. I'm trying to be
cool.
respectful because I've been in a lot of panels today where people have just lost their minds and can't have a rational conversation, which really bothers me.
That's cool. Take your time. I apologize. I didn't know if you heard me or not.
Oh no, I'm here. I'm in the middle of packing a bowl because I am a conservative, but I do love weed.
Hillary Clinton.
I'm in Colorado.
By the way, never forget.
I'm in Colorado. Wow, you just say random shit for no reason at all. That's awesome. I'm in Colorado, but I don't partake. So
yeah, that's fine. Not everybody does, and I'm okay with that. I don't drink at all. Period. I haven't had alcohol in probably 20 plus years.
Yeah, I don't do that either. So he's a fucking Trump supporter. What is wrong with Nick? How many amendments are in the Constitution?
Several.
How many?
Starts with the 2 and ends with the 7.
27. Yeah, 27.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
Do you really think you're intelligent enough to be on a political panel, Nick?
You guys nominated Hillary Clinton. Don't tell me shit about intelligence.
I will do
That's
so.
That's the argument, though. That's not much of an argument. I mean, who they voted for before.
He's got more blood on her hands than Saddam Hussein, bud.
Man, I understand that, but you can't consistently argue with what didn't happen because she didn't get a presidency spot. You can't argue about Obama. But again,
right? Imagine if she did.
That's like kicking a dead horse, though, arguing about Obama. Even the liberals understand that Obama wasn't who they thought he was. And I don't believe, and sometimes, do I agree with everything that Trump does? No, of course not. I don't agree with anything anybody does. I don't even agree with shit that I do. Emphatically. I'm just saying, I mean, I don't know anybody that does. I don't, like, I do shit, I'm like, why the fuck did I do that? You know,
okay.
But I did it, and I handle the consequences from it. So there are the consequences for the stuff we're going through. I get it. But, you know, I think the January 6th fund is kind of a slap in the face. I understand it. I get it. But he did settle for, you know, like $8.2 billion less than they were going to end up settling for.
I don't think they would have ever settled that.
Yeah, they're never going to settle that. You understand that you can't play the defendant and the prosecutor or prosecution in a case, right? Because Donald Trump was suing the government, and Donald Trump represents the government. He was suing himself, and he was settling the case himself. He was creating the settlement and accepting the settlement himself. You get that, right?
Well, instead of just giving them all this money.
But okay, so here's the devil's advocate of that. Did he legally do so? Like, did he follow the legal apparatus to do so?
I don't think so, but he pulled the case.
But does anybody know? That's the one argument I've heard, but nobody's answered.
Hold on. I don't know, but he pulled the case before it could be tried in front of a court to actually say one way or another what he was doing was illegal or not. Okay,
but we don't know. So we can assume.
I'm going to say that it is illegal, and I'm going to say that the courts would have ruled as such, unconstitutional. But he settled with himself before they could do that.
But there's some legal avenue to settle, or else they could have just kept pushing.
Well, that's not true. The settlement's up and being tried in the court of law too. There are a bunch of lawsuits coming up against the settlement as well right now. But
so we're going to find out legally. Maybe all of this is just cannon fodder. We don't know. No, there's no way this can be legal. There's no way you can argue that this is legal, and there's no way you can argue that this is a good thing that our president has. Out, right? There's no way that you can argue that the president of the United States should have the capability of even fucking doing this.
You should have one person shoot a half-court shot for the money.
All I'm saying is, if there was a legal avenue that this was brought up to begin with, if it does,
you
like
agree
you said,
that this is stupid, right?
I agree it's stupid. I'm not saying that. I mean, but we have to look at this legally. We can't look at this on our feelings. We have to look at it the facts. The facts of the matter. Maybe nobody's ever tried it. Maybe nobody's ever tried it. I mean, he is a one-upper for most things that nobody's ever tried. Not all have been successes, of course.
You should have one J6er shoot a half-court shot, and if it goes in, they get the money. If he misses, they don't.
Nick, you are fucking useless.
He's interesting.
He's useless. What the fuck? He's not even funny.
I have to be honest with you, though. He is what I run into in a lot of other chat rooms but he is the conservative side of what I run into other chat rooms. I try to be. I'm conservative as far as my values go. I want a small government. I think that the people of the area pretty much take care of themselves. I'm from Vermont originally, so that does sway a lot of where I come from. Like, I come from a town, like when I was a kid, if the lady next door got a load of wood dropped off, we weren't asked to do something. We were sent over from our parents to chop that load of wood up for her. So I'm from a sense of community versus.
All right, I got questions. Okay, I've got questions, but hold on one sec. Can I get you all to tap the screen, share the live, do the heart me at the top next to my name, please, if you haven't done so yet. Help me with gift goals or send me flowers or whatever, and gift the panel as well. Stargazer's awesome. Chad seems to be a relatively nice MAGA man, so help them out too. Thank you.
Were you still talking about the slush fund?
Yeah, that's what's up on the screen right now.
Mike Lindell and the Proud Boys are the first two in line to receive funds.
Mike Lindell.
The pillow guy. The pillow guy.
Oh, man. Tell me that guy needs money. Tell me that guy deserves a dime.
He might actually need money. He did a lot of damage to himself by just being nuts.
And the leader of the Proud Boys, too. So that's pretty sick.
You said you vote for Republicans because you like small government. When have the Republicans ever decreased the deficit when they've been in office? Well, let me just answer for you. They never have. Not in your lifetime. Not in your lifetime have.
But neither has any Democrat, correct?
That is incorrect. Every single Democratic administration has seen a lower deficit when they left office than when they took office. Every single one of them. I mean, you can look at the charts, you can look at the Fred, you can look at the Treasury.
Take you on your word.
I just think it's crazy to me that Republicans say they want a smaller government, yet somehow they continually vote for Republicans who always spend more money. Always. Like I said, $2 trillion is the deficit we're looking at this year. $2 trillion for 1 year of spending. Our debt is already $39 trillion, and Donald Trump is adding $2 trillion this year, probably more next year. I don't know. Seems a little strange. But I don't figure we'll probably get a lot of conservatives today. Sunnis over there arguing with conservatives, so... How you doing, Sammy? Sammy? Stargazer? Did you have something else you want to talk about?
I was in the bathroom, that's why I was...
You didn't need to share that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was in the restroom right here. But I know it sounds funny, even though you're in there. No, I was on Joe Dirge's panel, and these, what are they called? These young people that don't believe in anything. Yeah,
Groypers?
Yeah.
They have beliefs, but
you just can't reach them. You can't get them to believe anything. I mean, they're worse than MAGA.
Generally speaking, that's what they say. Hale is a groyper.
Okay, yeah.
Hale Innocent.
Yeah.
And his friends. They're all groypers. Deep Diver Buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
All right. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, 38. And the guy, Trump. President Trump, the guy.
The guy, Trump.
Everyone's talking about.
Well, yeah.
I feel like the left has said his name, and drawn his face more than the right.
That's probably true. He's our president, and he's fucking up our country.
And we have some great memes. We have some great memes about him that really put him in a beautiful spotlight. Tons of those.
Yeah, there's been more handmade posters made about him at protests, more than any president in the history.
Yeah,
no, deep,
and they're all
deep diver.
negative. So
Deep diver, you were actually literally diving, or you were in the bathroom right now. Can you please leave the bathroom?
Oh, forgive me. Is this better?
I don't know.
Is this better?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, how about this?
It's still a little bit echoey, but I hear Chad smoking now, so I don't know what the fuck.
You shouldn't hear me smoking. I'm the one
I
near
did.
everything. And that's the wind. It's windy outside.
Liar.
Chad, did you?
Yeah, I think this once.
I shut my mic off for you. No, because it really is windy. The wind just picked up like crazy. I'm sitting outside with my dogs.
I heard
Chad,
a lighter.
Did you look at the statistics between the
Yeah, it
Republicans?
seems to be that Obama brought his down to 6 trillion from his thing, or 6.65 billion from the trillion that he entered, 1.4 trillion he entered with. And of course Clinton did. Clinton had probably the best presidency of most modern presidents, but Clinton was more of a real true Democrat than what we have currently.
Yeah. And Biden
Who
besides the murder stuff, but like president wise,
the murder stuff.
Yeah. Don't you think Trump's kind of cool that he exposes all these systems though? Every time, I feel like there's just like a shift from system to system.
What did he expose?
Yeah.
Well, if the first was the media, everyone was like, "Wait, the media is fake," and then people were like, "Oh my God,
do you really think the media is
White House
fake?
has their own media."
Do you think the media is
I think
fake?
the media is
It's
opinionated.
fabricated.
They don't teach. They speak opinion, not, and that doesn't matter if it's Fox News or anybody else. They're doing their opinion pieces.
Right.
They're not factual pieces.
Sometimes
Right. It's not like a true representation.
Okay,
of
hold on,
reality.
chill. Jesus Christ, you guys are just going back and forth.
Sorry.
Stargazer, did you want to say something?
No, that's okay. I was just defending actual news reporters.
Okay, yeah, I want to say that too. Some of the roundtables and stuff are going to be opinion based, most certainly. But when you have actual reporting, the reporting exists. There are a lot of good reporters still out there. There's a lot of news put out there. They're going to pick and choose what stories they want to tell. That may make it look biased in some way, shape, or form because Fox News is covering some cat up in a tree while MSNBC is covering the indictment of some former senator from the Republican Party. So yeah, that might seem a little bit biased, but it's still factual. To say that the news is fake is just sad. And the fact that he was able to convince you fucking people of that is sad.
True.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's like fake as in everything's fake what you see, but we get that it's a fabrication where there's bias. It's the White House, we learned through Bush, has its own media and they have their own news system where they release things. So are they working with other news outlets? It kind of looks like it, and it's hard not to deny. And it's just questioning, and more people question the media probably in history after that.
Well, yeah,
That's
because
pretty
Donald Trump
delusional.
told you. Donald Trump
That's a
told you.
delusional
No,
way
it's-
of looking at things.
Actually, Donald Trump didn't show me that. Ron Paul showed me that unintentionally. He wasn't trying to, but I saw what they did to him. And then I'm thinking, wow, anyone who attacks the establishment, they're going to try to either, frame stories, twist, manipulate words, reality, context. And the media is very powerful at that. I mean, it's a brilliant mechanism.
All right, so you
But
think
it's freaky.
Okay. You think you're a libertarian then? That's awesome. Spartan, can I get your age and who you voted for? Wait, stop talking. Spartan, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
60 Trump. Host, answer me a question really quick.
Certainly.
How do you expect to have civil discourse and arguments or debates with people when you yourself in this live just a minute ago said these fucking people?
Who did I say that to? Or about?
You were talking to Deep Dive, and you disagreed with his point, and you said these fucking people. So how do you expect to have civil discourse when you insult or offend people?
I don't remember saying that. I don't know
Well,
who I
you're
was
dumb,
referring
and you
to.
did.
I don't remember who I was referring
There's
to.
an insult for you. You're
Who was I
dumb, and you
referring?
did.
Who was I referring to?
You were having a discussion again. Now,
Who was I
now
referring
appar-
to?
Apparently, you were talking about Trump and liberals, and
I was
and
talking about
the GOP
liberals
side,
being dumb.
and you said,
Wait, I was
and
talking
you
about
said
liberals
these
being
fucking
dumb.
people.
You think I was?
You're interrupting me, and you didn't hear what I just said.
You just said that I was calling liberals dumb.
No, I said the actual sentence I said was you were talking about liberals and the GOP, You missed the "and" part.
He says it about everybody. Are you new to this page?
Yeah, he's never been here.
He's never been here before. So
no, I don't care. You know, the thing is that every Democratic page on TikTok, you guys think you can get away with just cursing at people and then turn around and play the victim card saying we can't have a discussion with these people because 2 minutes after that you mute the person and you boot them.
I don't even know who you're talking about. What are you talking about? I don't even know what the fuck why are you coming up here and being a snowflake? What is wrong with you, dude?
That's not a snowflake.
Yeah, you are. You just came up here to cry about this shit. What the fuck?
I'm not crying. No, I'm asking you a question that you can't answer.
Can you have a political
a snowflake here?
You're crying, dude. Can you have a political discussion?
I'm not crying. I'm asking you a question. How do you expect to have a civil discourse if you insult people?
Can you join in on the
delusional, unbelieving Republicans all day long? You start to think these people
delusional again. See if you want an actual talking points to people, you want to try to change hearts and minds.
Yes, sorry.
If you want to try to change hearts and minds, you want to have a discussion with people.
Stop. Just stop. Stop whining. If you want to have a political discussion, you are welcome to do so. We are here.
Again,
let's talk about
booting.
Yes, stop talking, dude. Have a political discussion. Stop whining, please.
That's not whining. I asked you a question.
You're
whining. You're refusing to answer the question.
I told you I don't remember who I was referring to. That's what I told you.
I gave you who you were referring to. You were talking about.
You told me it was the liberals.
Answer the question.
Shut up. Jesus Christ! Stop your bitching. Talk about politics or go away. Deep diver. I mentioned that you were a libertarian.
You fucking.
Is that incorrect?
Yeah, I'm not going to label that right now. I kind of will go with what the political landscape is at the time where I need to vote and kind of pick, okay, who's doing what better and who am I going to align with at the time.
Okay, but you were talking about Ron Paul, though.
I didn't. Well, okay, but he was talking about the Federal Reserve a long time ago, and I've been, ever since I've looked into that and how it's changed the country, and I've never seen anyone bring it up. And as soon as he did, the media started shifting, labeling him, kind of what they do with the term conspiracy theorist. You can just put that on someone, and then you're instantly diminished in intellectual conversations. It's just kind of a strange thing, but it works, and it's effective to some people who don't actually think about stuff. But yeah, no one's talked about the Federal Reserve, and Trump's talking about the Federal Reserve and the IRS and income tax. So I'm like, how is this all connected? Is this, what's these people trying to do? And anytime people go after that kind of stuff, they get attacked. I mean, I'd never seen it before like Ron Paul, but Trump, most attacked man in political history.
All right, stop crying too. God. Okay, the Federal Reserve was created in 1913. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913. We've been talking about it ever since. I don't know why you missed it.
But some people are for. It seemed like there was an establishment that was for it, and then there were some people questioning it, saying, "Is it needed?" And even questioning it. We saw you were suppressed and censored for questioning.
That's existed. That has existed since 9/13. Stop! Now you're changing the subject. That the Federal Reserve has been questioned since its inception. Yes, we've had this discussion for over 100 years.
Sure, but the politicians that were saying we want to abolish it. Then you start getting people saying, hold on a second, that's going to go against our system. We don't want you to touch
this conversation has occurred for over 100 years. How did you miss
politicians talk about it? Hold on, because I started in Ron Paul, and then after that, I was like, I don't like how they treated him. How they didn't even acknowledge him because of the way he spoke and what type of policies he wanted.
Okay, so this is where you started. This has nothing to do with the system itself. This is just the first time you were ever exposed to it. I understand now. Okay, the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, this was my first exposure to the
Federal
media.
Reserve. The Federal Reserve has always run our monetary policy. The federal government runs our fiscal policy. This is the way it's always worked. This is the way it will always work until we actually change the Constitution. So now that Federal Reserve has been bitched about by both sides on different actions for that entire time. So I don't know what to tell you. Ron Paul wasn't isolated in this.
At the time, he was.
No, he wasn't.
I was watching his debates. When I was watching his debates, there wasn't anybody else talking about it while he was running against. I think it was Mitt Romney and Barack Obama was involved. He was trying to get that primary, that sweet primary. But
okay, then he was the only one complaining. That's fine. Whatever.
Right. So when I saw that, and I saw how they interrupted him, they wouldn't let him speak, and then when I paralleled it to Trump later, I was like, wow, this guy's really going after media, really going after the system establishment. They are gonna fuck him up, and they tried, but every time they fail.
The Federal Reserve is not media. What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is, hold on. What I'm saying is the media is another part. Right. It's a channel to the establishment.
All right, guys. I'm gonna talk to you later. Have a good day.
You too,
Love
Chad.
you, man.
That's weird. You guys know each other?
Back, Chad.
Yeah.
You know Chad? Is he like a brother or something?
I've seen him. He's been on here dozens of times.
I don't know. It's just weird to hear "I love you, man." That was kind of strange. Sorry.
Oh, come on. Love is so wide and deep. You don't have to have any orientation connected to it.
I didn't say that you were sexually attracted to the guy. I just thought it was weird that you said "I love you, man." It was just weird. Sorry.
What's weird?
It's just weird that you say to some random stranger on the internet, "I love you, man." That's just weird.
Ooh. Well, are you going to see them again, or
I don't know.
See them ever again? They need to hear it.
No, they don't. I don't. Fucking weird. That's
well,
so weird.
That's
weird. That's like saying that Ron Paul. I don't know, was affected by the media in some way, shape, or form. Ron Paul was never going to win that election.
Oh,
you
yeah, that's not
right?
weird at all.
You understand that Ron Paul never had a chance of winning that election, right?
I mean, it was still interesting to see the media not cover him as much as the other candidates and let him have his moments when they were reading his name about the votes. It was so strange. It just felt very neglectful, and because of how he spoke and what he spoke about.
That's usually what happens when you have like no voter base. When you're polling at 0%.
With Trump was saying the same stuff, and he destroyed him.
Trump wasn't saying the
same stuff. Trump handled the media better than anyone.
He convinced you all that they were lying, that it was fake.
Thanks for having me back up.
Fabricating.
Did I kick you?
Yeah.
Have you been seeing the news reporters of like the
what are you fucking background noise? Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Fixing their disposal. Yeah, have you seen the guys going and asking protesters, "Hey, are you getting paid?" And some of them are, and then some of them have like people come out of nowhere and go, "Hey, don't talk to these people. They're trolls, they're right-wing trolls." But it seems very orchestrated and it does not feel organic.
Is it bad to get paid?
Kind of stuff going on.
Is it bad to get paid as a protester? What? Is it bad to get paid as a protester?
If it's your job and that's what it is, but I hope, do you believe it, or are you just doing it to get paid? Because then it doesn't look like a real movement.
Does it matter?
It's not like it just spawned like, "Hey guys, get your posters and draw Trump's name on it. We're doing another King's rally." And I know, I heard about it from Susan.
Yeah, you don't think the Liberty Biverty National Liberty whatever fucking insurance guy that does the commercials actually uses Liberty National Insurance, do you?
I hope he does. I hope that Jake from State Farm uses State Farm.
He probably doesn't use State Farm either.
And he doesn't work.
Why would he use it? He probably gets free insurance from them. He probably doesn't have to pay for insurance from State Farm.
Marketing is.
He just gets driven around. He doesn't have to drive ever.
I've done several King's rallies, and I've never gotten paid. Nor do I know anybody that's ever gotten paid.
Oh, you're the sucker. You should have got paid for that.
So deep dive. Well, can I ask you a question real quick?
For free. I would pay to let me do it.
Deep dive. Let me ask you a question. So, do you believe that Trump did better for unemployment than Obama did?
I don't know. I think with AI and people laying off, it's hard. With the technology changes from Obama to Trump is vast.
Okay, here, let me
resources have changed. Let me help you out. Anybody who's got unemployment. I got 2 jobs, so
let me help you out a little bit. Okay, so Trump used to say, "Oh, he was the best president for jobs," right? So unemployment under Obama, after he took over during the worst financial crisis since the 20s,
which could have been avoided.
Yeah, it could have been avoided by the previous administration. Yeah. So unemployment hit 10%, right? Now, President Obama holds the record for most consecutive months of job growth. And that number went down to 4.7%, which is a drop of 5.3%. So Trump took over at 4.7%. And at its best, before the bumble of COVID and his vast mishandling of that situation, that means that it dropped down to 3.5%, right? So he only was able to improve unemployment 1.2%. And compared to 5.3 for Obama, that means he didn't even accomplish 25% of what Obama did. None of the first 3 years of Trump's first job gains
talk for so long.
didn't beat any of Obama's last, right? So it's just complete bullshit how he sensationalizes himself as being the best when it's not even close. Like, laughably not even close.
Okay. Did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think dealing with recessions, it was terrible. Dealing with the pandemic is, probably worse. And from what he inherited, and the steady job growth, is that coming back from the recession? Is there things that affect where people come back to work? And so, the stats are kind of hard, and just to label it good growth or bad growth for a president, there's so many factors. I know they get the blunt end of it, but I don't give it to any president, really. It's as long as we're not in a Great Depression and it's so serious to where there's lines and, obviously world events happen and we gotta adapt to that. And so far, we've come back from a pandemic, which we weren't, prepared for. And Trump gave it to the states, and a lot of the states handled it how they want to handle it. And people saw the board of, look, I don't like my country ran that way like this governor. So we kind of shifted alignments and we saw which governors were for what. And, that pandemic opened up so many choices in the future and so many systems that have been corrupt. It sucks, but it might have been needed to completely shift humanity in the right direction. I know it might take years to recuperate all that, but we survived. You survived that over a Trump presidency.
So I was just getting across the point that him painting himself as being great for jobs is laughable. And so do you believe that Trump played a big part in the inflation that happened as we went through COVID and the big spike that caused massive price increase?
Yeah, unfortunately, there was spending. I mean, what's interesting is the vaccine stuff and like the healthcare spending. The economy wouldn't have opened up. A lot of these states said, look, unless we get an injection, we're not going to open up. And that could have prolonged something even worse, because some people were saying it's going to be 10 years for trials, 15 years, and how fast he got it done. We were able to reopen. So he gave them what they wanted. He did have to, push it for himself, but he also gave everybody a choice. Said, look, you don't have to do this. You don't have to wear the mask, and let your health decide, let your state, and your guidance. But he gave therapeutics. He gave everything else besides
okay, well,
the injections.
I asked you a financial question, not about, his position on
I'm saying with the inflation, I'm saying that he had to spend money because there were people that were freaking out and it was a new thing. And like the pandemic, I can't put so much blame on him for that. I mean, that was Wuhan. That was Fauci, which
I'm simply asking if you believed what happened during Trump's administration had a big factor against what's going on, right? Because most Republicans on here will lay the inflation thing solely on Biden, and that's just simply because they know nothing about their economy or the metrics or the actions that happen that drive inflation, especially under Trump's first term.
But Trump's first term, I mean, a lot of that's COVID stuff too, right?
No, I understand that. So then I'll elaborate on the situation. So, COVID happened, and Trump rightfully spent money, like you said. A lot of that spending did come into play for COVID. I think around $6 trillion or close to it. Mm-hmm. And then he ended his term, I believe, with around $8.3 trillion being spent over a 4-year term. And that number is so high that it actually puts him, I believe, at number 2 as far as money that added to the national debt. Anyway, so he listened to economists and injected money into the economy, right? Now, during that same time, the Federal Reserve injected another 7.5 trillion. Okay. Then you have the worldwide shutdown of the supply chain, which is something you just don't turn on and turn off. Right. And that started to happen. And those three things majorly affected inflation. Then Biden takes over. Sure. He follows the same advice and starts injecting more money, and otherwise the economy would have completely failed. Right. The point I'm trying to make here is that I can't fault for Trump for that either. But for all of his base and all these other people to completely say, "Oh no, inflation was Biden's fault," again, it's an elegant display of imbecilic fuckery. And I think that you have been a lot more honest, right, and open, and I appreciate that. I'm just saying what I see across the board on the other side, and it shows.
Man, how much. Wait, hold on. You monologue a lot.
Sorry.
Can you please just be a little quicker in your responses?
I was guilty of it too.
Sorry, I just dealing with complex situations. It's kind of to list off the different factors and stuff.
I'm sorry, you don't have to list. I'm sorry, you don't have to list off all the different factors. You can go one factor at a time. I think the simple realization that we see from the pandemic is that Donald Trump fucked up by not shoring up the supply chain. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think the real reason and the people we should be held responsible is the ones who started it. Because really, did it start in Wuhan, like they said, or was there something in North Carolina?
Doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter, and if we got to get to that's got to be transparent. You don't think if Fauci was involved with something that heinous, it doesn't matter?
It doesn't.
That's what caused everything. That's what worsened Biden. That's
what do you get out of it? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. If you think it was Fauci and you find out it was Fauci and Fauci was guilty of everything that you think he was, how does that change anything?
Well, because it gives closure to the society. You can't have people running around with what ifs.
We don't need closure.
Yes,
we need to look at the failures, because pandemics come and go, and they're gonna come and go. We need to look at the failures so that we can make sure we need to look at the failures so that we can make sure that they don't happen again the next time this happens.
So you're talking about a man who served for under 5 presidents, whose main job is to combat these things.
And then you're just gonna go ahead and try and defend Fauci.
How are you going to say that he waited what 4 decades or something to be like, this is the moment? Like, what is the gain there? Honestly, man, this conspiracy stuff needs to stop. It needs to stop.
Do you find it interesting it aligns? So Fauci even said in 2017, Trump's going to come face to face with something like that, and it comes right before the election. Right, and it was we had a pandemic during the election, unheard of. The timing and the amount of attacks he was doing on the establishment. Would you be surprised? The Russian collusion stuff didn't work. None of the sexual stuff worked. So
the Russian collusion stuff didn't work. The Russian collusion didn't work. Okay, Robert Mueller was a lifelong Republican, and from that investigation, there were 40 indictments and convictions.
Can you stop going down the rabbit holes? Can you stop?
Deep. Do you know why Fauci specifically said that?
Yes, he said it in a conference. He said it's on video.
But why? I said, why?
Because I don't know why he said that.
Because Trump got rid of the pandemic global response team.
There it is.
Yep.
Yeah, but the timing of it, the election, did not fit well for most people. It all seemed very suspicious in how they were rolling it out, and it was another way to get him.
You guys understand the tactic he's using, right?
Yeah.
He's not answering. He's not responding.
Well, a lot of people
he's not even talking about. Wait, stop talking. You're not responding to anything that anybody says. All you're doing is moving from one fucking talking point to the next, and then people are following you down to that next talking point. Because we were talking about. We were talking about
the pandemic.
We were talking about unemployment. That's where it started with Noel up here. It's unemployment. Now you want to talk about Fauci. Then you want to talk about the pandemic, and then you want to talk about spending, and now you want to talk about whatever fucking else thing you want to talk about, and then you want to go back to Russia collusion. I mean, all you're doing is just jumping all over the place. You're not defending anything.
Yeah.
Well,
okay,
we talked about unemployment and the reason whys, and so it led into that. I wasn't just arbitrarily thinking of the pandemic. So let's talk about that.
Okay, so back to unemployment. During Trump's second term, this guy took over, and his financial policies, as far as the tariffs and all that, cratered the jobs market. Absolutely cratered it. And then this whole conflict that he started and all this other stuff has caused massive financial issues, and forcing companies to make cuts too, because their operating costs are rising, right? So, he steps right back in and basically starts causing chaos. This man is not gaining jobs.
I see resets.
The world's all chaos.
He's going in and he's going in and resetting systems that needed the button pushed, because a lot of people had no idea how these worked. You see what happens with some of the Democrat bases. They finally discover a system, and then they attach to it emotionally mostly, and the victimhood switches back and forth. Right now it's Iran, and the Americans exist, and tomorrow it'll be ICE. They go back and forth.
It's clear he had no idea what he was doing. It was tariff today, no tariff, tariff today, no tariff, right? Oh, we're going to put all these tariffs on these cars. And then he all the automotive CEO says, no, Mr. President, you can't do that. It's going to destroy the industry, right? He's not knowledgeable enough to even know that he was putting so many people in jeopardy, right? And then we have the court ruling that said everything he did for the most part was not legal, sir. Do you get that?
In the meantime, But in the meantime, he's setting up long-term deals that's going to affect the country. So yes, there had to be a reset, and you're going to see more resets. You just have to get used to it. But it's not like a dictator reset. It's going to help the people.
I have a question.
Our allies have engaged in trade with other countries because they can't trust us anymore. They are forming relationships with some of our top adversaries, like China and other things, right? Because of our actions. They do not trust us anymore. Do you understand that?
I would say the Venezuelans were very happy that they got rid of Maduro.
Holy fuck, man.
Come on. What the hell, dude?
There were people cheering all over.
We're talking about unemployment and the United States, right? Not Venezuela.
You just started talking about allies and people of other countries, so I thought you wanted to talk about
tariffs, because the tariffs that we're placing on them is causing businesses to lose.
No one's talking about the tariffs anymore.
Dude,
the tariffs are done. That's old news. No one's talking about
unemployment,
hold on.
sir.
You know the tariffs aren't done, right? Like they were found to be unconstitutional. They were found to be unconstitutional, and then he started new tariffs right back up again. He's created trade wars the entire time he's been in office. This is causing unemployment in this country. You get that, right?
And have you?
I don't think it'll be long term.
Deep dive.
I don't think it'll be a long term.
Do you buy groceries?
I do.
The stuff that he's doing is affecting everyone. Groceries are.
My coffee's been $16.99 a pound for 5 years.
No, it hasn't. You're full of shit. I buy coffee.
$16.99 a pound. Sprouts. Nope. Go to Sprouts. You can get imported coffee from different countries. They're still doing importation.
Okay, I shop at my local grocery store, and it went from $6.99 on sale to $22 a container. A Maxwell House. That's what I.
I don't know what kind of brand. What brand do you drink?
Maxwell House.
Maxwell. That's not even. I thought that was like Folgers, right?
Similar, yeah.
Do you go to Sprouts? You go to Sprouts? Is there a Sprouts?
No,
you can get some good
You can't deny the price increases, man.
Price increases fluctuate all the time, but it's not a Great Depression. I think people on the left think they're living in a Great Depression or something.
I don't think that the tariffs don't.
Hold on.
Unemployment
I was told the tariffs would lead us to a Great Depression.
Holy crap! Stop!
Don't say that the tariffs are.
Stop. J. Timms, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
I'm 25. I voted third party.
Liberal. Liberal or conservative?
Neither.
Yeah, they would be on one side or the other.
Neither. I voted progressive. I voted independent.
For who?
No, we're asking what do you lean?
Wait, who did you vote for?
I lean progressive. I lean left leaning.
Okay, RBH, can I get your age and who you voted for, please? You have to unmute. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
62, and I'm liberal. I'm Canadian.
Oh, even worse. Fuck. All right, go ahead, guys.
Do not bring Hale up, please.
Why? He's the only. We have one conservative on the panel.
Go ahead. I'll be all right. Sorry. Hi, Hale.
Yeah, ma'am, I love you so much. Why would you say that? I knew he was going to bring me up after he went through the other two with those answers. I was like, he's not going to rise me if they say, like, MAGA 47 Tennessee.
Some people are saying Massey now. They think Massey's going to run in 2028.
I think he probably will.
Like, the left's going to start hating Trump or Massey more than Trump.
That's kind of what I was hoping y'all would be talking about. I wanted to go over that, but
okay, go ahead.
He's ours until November. Right?
He's ours. Yeah. What does that mean?
Thomas
Matthew's
Massey
going to help us vote things.
Oh.
We'll see about it. He was excited. He's like almost everyone's cheering him on. He's got a new base. It's invigorated a new type of resurgence for a political party. America first.
What do you want to talk about with Massey? Hale.
Well, I thought it was really interesting because it's like you take a candidate who has, and I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm just speaking on a consensus of the United States, okay? Everyone take an average. All of his other policies, if he got on a presidential debate stage, are complete dog shit because they're just like libertarianism. But he was specifically known for counter-signaling the release of the Epstein files, promoting it, counter-signaling the Trump admin on that, and Israel. And that's what he was known for, and that's what he was boosted for, and that's also why he came under attack in a county that was one of the, I think it was like 3 or 4 in like most landslide counties to vote Trump or something like that. So a heavy Trump county. He got directly counter-signaled by Trump. Extreme amount of funding. Some people are saying the most in history. I don't know if that's true. But a lot of funding to go against him. And when you look at the demographics of the voting bloc on why he lost, it is specifically just because of 65 and plus. Every single other voting bloc from 65 below was over 50% Massey. And when you got to Gen Z, you had over 80%, I think, which is extremely interesting to me. It's a huge white pill silver lining, even though this is an L. But yeah, so
well, it just shows that side's got someone else to go to, and it has nothing to do with Trump. It's what are your values? What are you speaking up about? And I don't see anybody on the left or whatever you want to call them putting up anybody with that much excitement. There's nobody they talk about. It's only the villains they hate. But then, who are your heroes? Who's the one that's going to guide you into the promised land? I don't see anybody.
I'm not talking about the left. The Trump admin knew that if he won the primary, he would definitely beat the Democrat opposing him. That's why they primaried him. That was the whole point, was to get him out so that he couldn't run against a Democrat.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where he goes because it could be even more layered than that, and maybe he wanted to go for a presidential run and focus on that. I mean, it seems as though that base is going, and if MAG is fractured and that whole thing is Israel is important and we got to uncover all that, then Mass is going to lead that. I mean, just like you said,
no, he's not. He can't lead that. He's a libertarian.
Well, he got 2 years, but but people are ready for other parties. Just like with Trump, he was a third party. He just labeled it Republican, but he was Republicans hated him, right?
Okay,
like him. MAGA is a third party.
Picture this. So you're on the debate stage. It's Gavin Newsom J.D. Vance and Massey, okay? And they're attacking, Newsom is attacking J.D. for his cuts to Medicaid to fund corporate tax breaks. And Massey steps in and he's like, I don't know why we're arguing about this. I want to get rid of EBT and cut Social Security. No one, not even 2% of the fucking country is voting for that. He would completely fail any presidential run. He wouldn't even. This is what I'm saying. 80% of the base that is behind him is.
All right. God damn, you fucking talk for a long period of time. The Big D, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Newscum is a bum, dude. I agree.
Can I get your age? Big D. Big D, can I get your age and who you voted for?
Brother. 38. How old are you?
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for absolutely Donald Trump to make America great again, like he's doing.
All right.
MAGA.
All right.
Yeah, brother.
I need some answers that are a little more concise. Please no monologuing. I don't want to give lectures here on this panel. We just want to have a discussion.
What do you want to ask me?
Why Trump?
Why Trump?
Why Trump?
Yo, who's that chiming in? Mute yourself.
That was me. What the fuck you gonna do about it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's right. Apologize. Yeah.
Are you trying to set him off?
Can we get some actual discourse going on here? I mean,
you think you're gonna get actual discourse?
You can mute yourself because he asked me a question. All you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Why Trump? Because Kamala Harris was absolutely not qualified.
Can we get some actual discourse with this guy? Yeah. Good luck.
You're a fucking clown, bro. Sitting there talking. Everyone's
I'll mute up.
Dude. You're making everybody sleep with your boring shit you're talking about.
Okay, so we were talking about Massey. I don't know. You guys were talking about Massey, a Republican and a libertarian, or a fucking monarchist and a wannabe conservative. I don't know what the fuck you guys are, but you were talking about Massey. I'm not sure that it matters. He lost the primary. He's probably going to run for president. I don't know why we're talking about him.
I wasn't talking about him at all.
He'd lose. I can agree with that.
Okay,
well, yeah, it's good. I mean, the left's got Mondami, right? They got Mondami. People are like, wait, should we get another Mondami type of?
He's a fucking mayor of a goddamn city. Leave him alone.
But what I'm saying is if you see the base behind it, apparently, of course, but it can be done, and give Massey 2 years.
Yeah, so I want to be clear. I want to be clear. I've got a Trump. I've got hello. Can you hear me talking? I have a MAGA. I have a MAGA cult member here. I have a guy who denies being a libertarian but is a libertarian. I have a monarchist and a feudalist on the panel, and now I have a techno feudalist that is a Zionist.
Who you calling a cult?
Very interesting.
Wait, who's the Yarvin guy?
Fucking Zach.
Who you calling a cult, little boy?
Fucking Zach. You were in a cult.
Oh no, dude.
You
What's
guys,
all your astrological?
Bro's evil maxing. Bro's evil maxing.
The conservative is the Republican Party is pretty.
I'm a Libra.
So, how is higher energy prices, less jobs, and more deficit helping us? How's that making America great?
Again, it's temporary. It's not the 2008 recession. It's not a Great Depression. Wait till it's after his 2 years and you can.
Fuel is still cheaper than Joe Biden.
Just to be clear, it's also like you being like, oh my God, I'm working out and all I'm getting is hurt and sweat and there's nothing good from this. And you're like, well, so stick with it a little bit and know that the
do you believe you're living through
exactly?
Some people believe they're actually living through a great fascist regime, dictatorship. Do you guys actually believe you're surviving a dictatorship?
Yeah, that's my personal trainer is a fascist.
That's just a yes or no. You don't have to go into some sort of biography.
I'm just saying you're wrong.
I definitely believe he's engaged in fascist policies and behavior for sure.
Absolutely not.
Wait. The question was, are you surviving a dictatorship?
Surviving? Oh, yes, I do very well for myself, sir. I think I'll be all right.
Yeah, but if it was a dictatorship, under the first reform candidate ever.
What the fuck? All right, you guys, this is ridiculous. Wait, stop fucking. What the fuck is going on here? I'm sorry. I have 4 conservatives on the panel. You all are talking over each other. I don't know fucking why. Nobody can hear a goddamn thing you're saying, and you're a fucking idiot just saying random stupid shit on a regular basis. Can you all please Can you all please be adults and just have a normal conversation?
We don't get shut down by little sheep.
You let me know. You let me know when you want to hit the red button, and I'll fucking launch. Okay. Until then, I'm gonna let this discourse keep going. You let me know, Mojo.
Leftist discourse. I'm sorry. No, I don't want to get banned. Hale, thank you very much.
Hale, who'd you vote for? Hale, Trump?
I voted Trump in 16 and 20. I didn't vote in 24.
Oh, that was a mistake.
Huge mistake.
Why was it a mistake?
Because this is his best run. This is his real.
You're going to center me when I mute myself and say I'm not going to talk.
All right,
let's
good. Don't
get on
talk
with it.
anyway. You didn't vote, so you're not even allowed to say nothing.
Why is that?
Because that's what the liberals say.
I'm not a liberal.
Did I say you were liberal, dum-dum?
Are you a liberal?
I just want to know.
Absolutely not.
Why not?
So then why would you...
How are there 4 liberals here and they're all arguing with each other? What the fuck?
Why would you say that and then say, I'm not a liberal, you're not a liberal?
You didn't vote, you're not allowed to say nothing.
I'm a liberal.
But you're not a liberal.
Harris lose?
You said that's what the
Didn't
liberals
Harris lose
say.
with the...
MAGA.
Didn't they spend like $1 billion on
this is
marketing to get
modern
Harris to win?
MAGA.
No, he's just kind of a dumbass, isn't he?
I can't
That's
believe
what
how
the
much money was
liberals
spent
say.
on Harris.
Okay, you are a problem.
Voting Trump is the first real liberal thing to do in politics in the last 40 years, probably.
Okay, I like the deep take there. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I think Donald Trump has done more Bernie policies than Bernie could have ever done, and
like what?
And
like what?
Like tariffs, like immigration, like sovereign wealth fund, like investing in major corporations.
Hold on. First wait, stop. Zach, stop.
Bernie was directly against tariffs.
Well, that's not true. Bernie
he was against these tariffs.
Bernie wanted tariffs because he doesn't want workers to be mistreated overseas either. So he would want some sort of tariff or some sort of a trade deal to make sure that workers are getting treated fairly wherever we're trading.
I can agree. Some tariffs, those make sense. But the blanket and the massive ones that were put in place, I think we can agree were absolutely ridiculous. Well, these guys won't agree.
I won't agree.
Yeah.
You don't?
Zach, are you for mass immigration?
Am I for mass immigration? No, I'm for a very robust immigration policy in America. I think it's one of our strengths is that we take people and we assimilate them into the American experiment. But I think illegal immigration and allowing that and tolerating it and then paying more tax dollars to, sort of like maintain minimal harm is a very much net negative for America on like a bunch of different.
Zach, do you want immigrants to be serfs?
Searched?
Serfs.
Oh, serfs. No, I think that the whole goal of being an immigrant to America is that you come in. I've always sort of thought it was a little ridiculous that we don't allow sweatshops in America and we have this crazy minimum wage. But one second, across the border, like 20 miles south of the border, we're fine with people working in slave labor conditions. The difference is their kids don't go to American public schools. They don't have access to the American.
You could have just said yes when I asked you about serfs. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, I think that you're always going to have a class of
their NAP
of
isn't
workers.
getting violated, so
never going to stop being a thing.
Zach, are you taking this from Yarvin's book where he talks about the mass migration being used as an underclass to essentially, prosper Native Americans?
Well, it's what Americans do today. We do it so that we can have cheap raspberries. Like it's a terrible trade-off that we abuse a whole class of people so that we can have, cheaper certain things. Whereas if we just and this is why it's a corporate-backed entity, right? Like there's a ton of NGOs and corporations that benefit from our illegal immigration. That shouldn't be their benefit.
Yeah, so undocumented immigrants are an overall boon to the U.S. economy, and there definitely is an issue, right? So we definitely do want to, work with assimilating people. It's just that our system, like most of the people that are trying to come here, are trying to do so for economic benefit, right? And the thing is that people say, oh, go do it the right way. These people are coming from economic devastation, and you can't sit there and tell them, oh, you know what, go back, wait a few years, spend $10,000 or whatever on a lawyer. That's just not realistic for all of these people. So an adjustment to our system is needed. And while Trump was running his second term, there was legislation put in place, bipartisan, that was highly favored. And this man said, don't do it, don't pass it, because he wanted to continue to run on an issue. He severely impeded progress for the United States for his benefit. And that's just wrong.
I mean, I fully disagree with. Sorry,
go
go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Zach, you want this essentially to. Do you follow Yarvin's philosophy? Are you an NRX guy?
I've been told that he and I have a lot of overlapping philosophy, but I'm a pretty significant futurist myself. Like I threw an event at Soho House for many years called the Futurist Sessions. Andrew Yang launched his campaign from there. He sent me his manuscript before it became the War on Normal People. I taught innovation at Parsons. These are just my thoughts.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering if you subscribe to him to a significant degree or not.
I think that we should not be demonizing the geniuses that have taken our species further than it ever has, faster than it ever has, to the benefit of the most people that have ever been affected in a short term, and basically not figure out how to use that magic instead of demonize it.
He has to turn everything. He has to turn everything into a fucking billboard. Everything he says has to be propagandized. He cannot simply answer a question. It has to be some sort of fucking, punchline of an advertisement. It's fucking ridiculous.
Are you talking about me?
No, I'm talking about Zach.
He doesn't like my politics speak.
Well, I think I was trying to get where you were coming from, so that we could go on to that. I view Yarvin as probably the most evil person in the world. I think his philosophy is absolutely disgusting. I have futurist kind of tendencies as well, but they don't involve a slave class of immigrants to restore America or something like that. Do you believe that you would be for example, brain draining every other country as much as possible, right? You would want anyone that is very smart from India, China, everywhere to come here, correct?
Sure. I mean, I think that's been one of our massive benefit that we have been that place for so many years, and I think we should fight to maintain that.
Okay. I don't think that's the case at all. But regardless of that, do you not believe that would transform this nation into something where it is no longer the United States?
I mean, so if we talk about how we treated immigrants historically,
I'm not talking about H-1Bs.
Well, that's a lot of the smart people that have come over. So
I'm going after his philosophy. I'm not making a specific
Ellis Island was a good period
right now.
Do you think that our immigration boom during Ellis Island and that era was good for America?
Yeah, I think European migration to America was great. Yeah, I do agree that European immigrants built this country. Yeah.
You don't think European immigrants? So I didn't understand where you were coming from.
Every time Zach talks, I can't hear him.
I'm sorry. So are you coming at this from a sort of a
racial
aspect? Are you far right wing? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So listen, I believe that we have spent the last however long demonizing the European contribution to the world, whether it's technology or philosophy or any of the major things that we have brought to
all a
the
fucking
civilized
campaign
world.
speech.
Right?
It's all a campaign speech.
but
God, this is fucking stupid.
I'm a big fan of the little things that everyone brings, and like, do I believe that like we should fight to maintain general European cultural standards in America? Yes. Does that mean that we don't welcome in people from all over the world? No. We welcome them in and we assimilate them into this, new American experiment that we've been doing for a long time. Like, we just need to get back in that habit.
What are what are we assimilating them into if we're not here or the majority? What are they assimilating into?
So you're afraid of being erased. Is that I'm guessing that's the main point. But the truth is that the heads of most of a lot of our universities are here, and they're foreigners, and their contributions and their willingness to come over here and be a part of our country is great. It is what makes this country strong. And it's very sad that people are fighting so much and saying, oh, well, you know what, we'll have the benefit of these people coming over, but we're just going to be completely disrespectful of their culture, right? And so we need to continue to bring people in. And I just want to point out that in the next like 20 years, China is going to put as many people into their labor force as currently exist within the United States and the European Union combined. So we do need a lot of these people to come in. More Chinese folks. I'm not sure if you understand what their population is. Yeah. So their contributions make us great, and that's a very good thing. And it sounds like you are someone who believes that you're being erased or that Europeans are being erased. And this country is a melting pot. That's what it's all about. That's what it's here for. And so your position is inherently anti-American.
So hold on. So I want to classify it, because I think that it is fair to say that we would never want a bunch of Americans, let's say, to go to Japan and change Japanese culture from the inside by being just like, well, we're here. There's a lot of us now, so you should start acting like us. Like
Japan was never designed like that. Japan was never designed like that. The U.S. was designed like that. We were designed to be a melting pot. We took in all immigrants. We created a country out of a whole bunch of different nationalities. We took different foods, different cultures. This is pre-Constitution, for Christ's sake.
Thank you.
The melting pot was. For one, it was written by a Jew, but regardless of that, he was only referring to European ethnicities when he wrote that. By the way,
I don't care,
and that was in the 1800s.
We obviously didn't just have European ethnicities here. That was obviously not the case.
Europeans were the vast in between 80 and 90% up until the 80s. So,
Hale, I have a question for you.
It's funny that you consider Spaniards the same. It's funny that you consider Spaniards the same as the fucking Russians. I mean, that's just fucking funny. As well as the Persians being equal to the fucking British. I mean, this is stupid.
Okay,
Hale, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the fact that the majority of European, let's call it, contributions to the world that I mentioned earlier now are Jews?
That's not true.
If you took, I just do the mental take Jews out of the sciences, take Jews out of finance, take Jews out of Hollywood, take Jews out of all the things that America is known for, and question whether you think you still have dominance in the contributions.
Of course, I think we have dominance. Would we? I mean, this is getting into like alt history, so I'll try not to go too deep. But like, would we have been able to rise to superpower status without entering World War II? I don't know. I think we would have been able to, but I don't know.
How did we win World War II?
Well, we won World War II with the atom bomb, which was, yes, made by a Jew, but we entered World War II because of Jews. So,
How did we enter World War II because of Jews?
The Balfour Declaration, yeah.
That was end of World War I.
And they just redid it for World War II because they didn't fulfill their... Yeah, it was meant to be that they got Israel after World War I, which they didn't.
Yeah, because the British.
So then they just redid it, and then they got it after World War II.
And by they got it, who gave it to them?
Silly goys, silly Anglos like me.
How did they give it to them? I thought they fought a war of independence, which they won similarly to, I don't know, the Americans.
Okay, yeah, I'm not like contesting
against the British, by the way.
The Nakba or something like that, but
Nakba is just what happened to the people.
I'm not contesting. Yeah, I'm not contesting the.
Why are we doing this?
Did they
why are we
fight
doing
for
this?
the land
Why are we
of
doing this?
Israel or
Why are we
something?
doing this? Why are we doing this?
Well, this is actually an interesting conversation. Like,
you think this is interesting? You think it's interesting to talk about the history of Israel? I don't really give two shits about
it's
the
not
history
about
of Israel.
Israel. It's not. It's not about Israel.
That's what you guys are talking about right now.
I'm just saying, everyone from Bob Dylan to.
So I don't care.
to,
I don't care if it's not about Israel. What is it?
Okay. Well, I'm trying to attack his Yarvin aligned position.
By attacking Israel, by attacking Jewish people? I don't get it.
That just kind of came up.
I know. That's why I'm asking why we're on this. I understand. So why did you jump down the rabbit hole with him? You should know better.
Sometimes I let people. Sometimes it's good to let people, lead. Hold your hand and lead you, because they can walk themselves into some pretty bad traps when they think they're leading you into
but that's
one.
not gonna. That's not gonna go anywhere with Yarvin.
I think it could, but it'll take too long for your patience, so that's fine. We can, if you want to reconvene to.
Well, I would like for everybody on the panel for everybody on the panel to be able to contribute instead of just the two of you going back and forth about.
Okay, Can I try and steel man Zach's worldview?
Something before that?
No, he's sitting right here. You don't have to steel man him.
Yeah, but he's very much leaving out a lot of the things that he believes in. I think that's why I asked him if he follows Yarvin.
Can I ask you something, Al? Or can I tell you something, Al?
Ma'am, you're the matriarch. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
You were going to say something else.
I like you even more since your thoughts on Yarvin. I appreciate that.
Oh, you know who that is? You're tapped in, ma'am?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. That's crazy.
She's all up
really
in the Discord.
Staying in tune.
Of course, and I'm 65 years old.
I forgot to join yesterday. I'm going to do that. Someone remind me before I leave or something, but...
that'd be Sammy's job.
I got a few things to take care of, but
see, now we're losing the other
Thanks for
conservative
having
because
me.
he was over.
Well, I was trying I was gonna.
Sorry, no, we're good. We're good. Go ahead. Thank you.
Like, where do we go from here? I want to know what you think.
Yeah, so I think that we need to, and I'm kind of conflicted on the solution to immigration right now. So whatever I say on it, I can change my opinion if something in the real world changes. I'm not dead set on it. I used to be very dead set on, 40 million deportations, this and that. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's just simply too late. I do think we need a measure of deportations and a moratorium, and then a complete government shift, which is the same thing you want, right? You want a complete government shift to this kind of libertarian but heavily state-enforced libertarianism or something like that, I would guess. Except I want the opposite. So I'm guessing we're both neo-feudalist, and we both want a huge change in governance. The thing is that I don't like capitalism, and I also believe that nationhood is tied to more than just profit or something like that. It's about the people. So that's me speed running our differences in a short time period so that people don't get mad at me.
Well, that's kind of interesting because that's one aspect that you would agree with Mojo if you say that you're not a fan of capitalism. So what is it specifically that you don't like about capitalism?
Yeah, I don't like that the meritocratic system of the United States is based upon the ability to manipulate capital. I think that your ability to manipulate capital, you have a extremely high incentive to be a terrible person. I want the rules of the old aristocracy to be in place, where you ascend in station within your life based upon, things like virtue, intelligence, labor, etc. I don't think that bad
a very
people.
Interesting view of what the feudal system, aristocratic system, actually was. I mean, you can sort of want those goals without having to be like, oh yeah, back then in the day when it was all about virtue that made you a lord.
No, I didn't say it's successful back then. There was tons of problems with classical feudalism.
Why can't you just build those things? My vision is that, since Jeff Bezos's goal is quarterly profits and stock value, that's what he achieves, right? But if his goal was net happiness in American citizens as measured via food, health, transportation, education, and housing, I think he would achieve the same goal, the same success at that goal. And if we said, hey, listen, we actually don't mind if you make $1 trillion by doing that, because that would be better for all of us. The question is like, who in your world is achieving these lofty goals?
Well, you wouldn't be able to see who's achieving these lofty goals because they are barricaded out of the system, right? People of principle, honor, etc., all of these virtues, they never end up becoming billionaires, and it's not because of their lacking of intelligence, right? If you were to point me towards virtuous capitalists, the only one I could think of would be like kinda Henry Ford.
Oh.
Yeah, you got the bro knows the reference. Bro knows why I said that. Regardless of the Jew stuff, Henry Ford, he spent money on following his workers home to make sure they weren't spending their money on alcohol and beating their wives. He standardized the 40-hour work week. He did a bunch of stuff that was you could consider virtuous. Bezos is shutting down Amazon plants because they threaten to unionize. He'll take the $2 billion loss.
No. You're right that is what Jeff Bezos does. And by the way, he could make the choice to do this. So I'm not saying that he couldn't just make that choice. But the incentives in the old way were aligned towards, that was his differentiating factor he was like an innovator in how you ran a plant. And I think he understood what all good socialist capitalists understand, which is that your workforce is better if they aren't worried about housing and food and all these things, right? Like if they are healthy and happy and content in their lives and feel, the freedom to have families and whatever.
Yes, both of these assholes are classist. Yes, both of these assholes think that there are people that are just born to be lesser than and people that are born to be better than. Yes, both of these assholes believe this shit, and they're just talking about that. I can't believe nobody's speaking up. Sammy, are you in here?
Yeah, I'm here. I tried to speak, but I got overtalked.
I will do better. I apologize.
I tried to pivot it into a direction, but
even better.
I answered you, Ash. You didn't. I don't think you responded really.
I was thinking for a second, and Zach jumped in. It's fine, but once you guys start going back and forth on specific things, it's kind of pointless to jump in. I don't know.
Okay, well, me and Zach can have a Discord conversation if people don't want us to.
It's an echo chamber. It feels like an echo chamber.
Okay. Right.
It's certainly not an echo chamber.
I think people just don't know what we're talking about, and listen, that's fine.
Who's stimulating?
That's fine.
Who's sexually stimulating?
I think it's an interesting conversation, but I don't more to listen to than to be a part of. So I appreciate the takes, but I don't know, maybe something a bit more relevant to today.
Okay. Zach, if you have a way to pivot it.
What you should know today is that you're being lied to by a system that doesn't want to be changed.
How does the system lie? How does the system lie? How does the system lie?
The same way it lies about everyone it doesn't want to achieve. It lied about Michelle Obama.
Does the system have a mouth?
The system is a decentralized blob of influence that exists because of late-stage capitalism.
Do blobs have mouths? Can blobs speak?
No, it's the cathedral.
Okay,
So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The system is not doing anything. It's people that are doing things. Now, what person are you talking about? What
people become more blob-like the more you put them together.
What people are you talking about?
I would say, again, the combined forces of capitalist influences in a sort of corrupt system that has been bought and paid for and doesn't want to change, that status quo system that we've been dealing with in America for the last 50 years that's been eating us alive.
Capitalism is where the failure is, and the capitalists are the ones that are destroying us.
I mean, I'm of the belief that capitalism unfettered is a dangerous thing, and
Okay, so what did you want to do for Bezos? What did you want to do for Bezos again?
I want to give Bezos a different incentive structure.
So you want to put him in charge? Yeah. So you want to put him in charge of everything. That capitalist who is destroying the country currently, you want to put him in charge of everything.
Hold on. So let's just be clear. It is true that he's a terrible employer, right? It sucks to work for Jeff.
So you want to make him the employer of the entire country?
No, he would be the Amazon to the entire country. And Amazon is incredible and changes people's lives.
I'm sorry, but Bezos is Amazon. If he's not Amazon, then he's Bezos, and he's the one who controls. And he's the fucking capitalist that controls Amazon.
What I'm saying is it might suck to work in the federal government, but the people would get things faster, better, cheaper than they ever have because of his
so capitalism sucks. It's destroying the capitalism. Okay, so capitalism sucks. It's destroying the country, yet you want to put Bezos in charge. This is my question.
I want to, again, if what we're saying is Amazon a good product? The answer is absolutely fucking yes.
Amazon is not a product.
So it will suck to work in the federal government, but it would be amazing to be an American citizen.
How is he going to be able to keep prices down when he has to pay people wages that working for the government call for?
Because he'll have a monopoly.
So the likelihood is that costs are going to go to marginally zero on a whole bunch of things because AI and robotics are going to be able to do that within the next 10 years. So the question is, who do you want managing a system of getting it from abundance and distributing it to the American people? I want a Jeff Bezos.
So do you think
just put a robot in charge
is the one that has came up with all the logistics, or
yeah, how do you think right now you can get something less than 24 hours? It used to take 3 to 6 days, business days, for you to get anything, and now you can get something that day by a drone, and that's all because this man is a fucking genius at what he does. Does it suck to work for him? Yeah, because it sucks to work for all fucking high-functioning asshole visionaries.
Why don't we just
Zach, I can't even get 2-day shipping, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't know where you live, but you can get things in.
You can get same day drone shipping and shit like that, and you can just get same day regular shipping.
Yeah, I don't get to get same day drone shipping either. They don't fucking fly drones out.
Get all your protest materials.
By the way, you'll get it.
Fucking ridiculous. No, I won't get shit eventually. Stop, Zach, stop. Stop. If you're looking at fulfilling the basic needs of human beings, the guy that runs the capitalist market that doesn't give a fuck about human beings, that's not the guy you want. You want the person that's in charge of, I don't know, Medicare, Medicaid, or the person that's in charge of food stamps, or the person that's in charge of, I don't know, giving things to people. Fuck, let's put the Pope in charge, for Christ's sake.
Are any of those systems operating well?
Yes.
No, the answer
is
no. They all suck.
Yes.
If you had to pay for those products, if they weren't given to you.
Yeah, but see, they're not a capitalist system. So you don't have to pay for those products. That's the reason that they're running well. You're wanting to put somebody that is reliant on making profit in charge of something that's not reliant on making profit, which is fucking stupid.
The cost of a flat screen in the last 20 years has gone from $10,000.
What did I just say, Zach? Why are you not responding? Why are you not responding to what I just said? Why are you not responding to what I just said? Why are you just going off on some fucking platitude?
I'm responding to what you said.
No, you're not. Why would you put somebody that's in charge of making a profit, the most amount of profit possible, Why would you put that person in charge of giving things away for free?
Mojo, I know that you are smart enough to understand that there's a difference between the product that Jeff Bezos does, right? Which his goal, if it's money.
Okay, you're still not answering my question.
How am I not answering your question? I'm 100% answering your question.
No,
I don't
you are
understand
not.
how you can't answer your own question.
So you can't answer my question, and then you're going to tell me,
What was the question?
I'm wondering how you can't actually, you are a smart person, how you can't work through the difference between him being a capitalist and having the incentive structure of capitalism and him having to create services, which is what he does, with a different incentive structure.
What is the incentive structure that's different?
Okay, so if we said right now the average test score in America is blah.
Shut up!
Said, okay,
what is the difference?
What do you mean, what is the difference? The difference is...
What is
right
the different structure of...
He gets paid on essentially a share of the success of his capitalist business, right? If he became the president, he would make $400,000 a year, right? Which is the less than most mid-level CEOs make. Okay.
What is the difference? Okay. So you think that he's going to work just as hard, he's going to be able to complete what he's done with Amazon at a $400,000 a year salary?
No, I believe that we should allow him to turn the American...
So in other words, you want him to be able to make as much money as he's making right now or more to give things away for free, which is fucking stupidity.
No. Well, by the way, it's not give things away for free. It's to...
They are give things away for free. You're talking about food. You're talking about shelter. You're talking about healthcare. These are all things that need to be provided. Sure. These are all things that need to be provided to the least among us, the people that are going to be... Shut up. Shut up, Zach. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You want the person that's making all this fucking money to make more money than he's making right now, according to the taxpayers, by giving the things away for free. Why? Why the fuck would he do that? Why would we pay him more than he's making? God damn it, shut the fuck up.
Nothing. Zero things.
You are such an obnoxious piece of shit. You are such an obnoxious piece of shit. Anybody else?
So here's my thing. I have things that I agree with both of you in specific ways, but here's the thing. I agree a system cannot be evil. It is not
Chris,
the system that is evil.
Go bury yourself in another box of wine.
I also don't believe that people are inherently evil, but the problem is that not a system, but the way that the system is structured, it provides the opportunity for a hierarchical structure, and what plays into human sense of greed, and again created by a society that depends on maximum consumption. That's why I think we should be moving toward flattening out the structure and having more people responsible for and have more say in the way things are run. This is why I tend to agree a lot with Mojo's philosophies.
So the issue, Zach is, if I'm getting him correctly, we're going to also do things like lower taxes, right? Corporate tax, everything, but it's going to be such an abundance of profit that it will still be a net benefit, correct?
No, I'm a believer that, first off, you have to get hyper-local when it comes to actually doing these solves. The goal of the federal government will be to essentially orchestrate the experiment. But we have, call it tens of thousands of different districts around the country that should be endeavoring to provide food, housing, transportation, education, and health to all of their citizens for free, or for as close to free as need be. And then we should build a fantastically robust capitalist system on top of those basic needs. And I think that's the model for fixing America.
Okay. Why would this be their incentive?
There's so much capitalist incentive. Everything from, I want to be an amazingly, successful musician so that, I can live a rock star life. Like, that has nothing to do with those needs.
I mean, like, how do we give a capitalist incentive to work on, raising education scores?
Yeah, I mean, have you heard of Alpha Academy in Texas? It's becoming the model for, it's taking the world by storm. They do 2 hours of personalized AI academics in the morning, and they spend the rest of their day with guides who run them through life skills modules and like real world, problem solving and team building. And they're crushing it. These kids are they're crushing it because they can advance per, subject as fast or as slow as they want. They get, these personalized, data readouts that go to the guides. It's amazing. That's a better system.
That's a public school?
No, it's a private school. But there's no reason.
You got to pay to
a lot of money actually. The early days these are very expensive. But it's not something that we couldn't enact on a municipal scale tomorrow if we had the will and the ability to. And the reason we don't have the will or ability to is because we're a democracy, and a democracy is a terrible fucking system for fixing things.
Yeah, I understand that, but again, you would have to give capitalists power to be able to enact this on a state level. Like, hey, you're saying, hey, we could do this right now. And it's like, yeah, we could, but the main reason we're not is because capitalists don't want to lose money.
No, it's because we have a million different entrenched governmental, non-governmental, blob systems like our unions, which have great intents when they came and did a lot of very super important, substantial work, but have calcified into a power, like all power calcifies, that has become bad for us and is keeping us from adapting change and being nimble. And China doesn't have that problem. Xi says, we're changing our education system. The next day, all the books are different. It's like we need to get closer to that so that we can get to a system that really does benefit everyone.
I understand that. I understand the authoritarian aspect of it. How do you make the authoritarian aspect, one, not behold to the capitalist? Yeah, accountable to the capitalist.
Well, they should be accountable to the people.
And also,
too.
How do you make them personally a moral or a good person to lead?
So again, I think that and by the way, I think this moral good person thing that you guys talk about, boring. It strikes me as this idea
Zach is about as boring.
I tried leaving it. I didn't talk, and people talked to him, and
I talked to him, and then nobody else talked to him.
Well, and now I'm jumping because other people were quiet, so I was going to jump in because I think I know his worldview very well, but
it's not being answered very well is all.
I think that Zach wants a wealthy with surf class.
Well, it's like I want a surf class too. I just want to make sure that these people are the government's structure is forced to provide for these people, and the incentivization is going to be taking people that simply do it because they personally are incentivized to be good people. And that's their only incentive. They have no aims for capital power or something like that. And I'm wondering how you get a bunch of capitalists to not control whatever Vanguard or whatever you have in place is, and if that Vanguard is even worth a shit in the first place, even if they're not under control.
But again, this is the problem with an authoritarian structure. Like, you can't solve for the next person coming into power to be a good or moral person, even if the first person is, which is why we have a structure where more people are involved with making decisions. It is a slower, more laborious process, but it enables the opportunity to identify bad actors and bad situations and fix them. Whereas once you get someone in there who does whatever the fuck they want, and they have all the power, you're fucked.
But why do you say that you're fucked?
Yeah, or you're doing better than literally anyone ever.
Hi, Mojo Rising.
G was a great
Hi, Chief Stu.
By the way, but
I agree.
Huh?
Slow news day?
No, Hale and Zach are just boring.
Thank God. I love slow news days because it's like then you can actually talk like political ideology and not like boats getting blown up or some shit.
Well,
I'd rather talk about votes getting blown up than your political ideologies. No offense.
I'm sure you would.
I mean, even if
most people would, because most people don't actually care about politics, which is kind of the whole basis of my ideology, right?
See, I don't care about your political ideology.
I don't think you care about political ideologies.
No, you guys are just playing color war.
Yeah, I don't think you know the answer to that question at all. So,
what question?
Well, I don't think you know my political ideologies. So,
you didn't ask me a question.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't think you really have one. I think it's just like vaguely liberalism and more money for people that are hurt or something. Like,
cool.
But.
I always thought it was funny artists complain so much about capitalism, but use it the most.
Artists?
What?
Oh yeah, artists participate in capitalism more than any group that I can think of. How many materials they buy and how they sell their art, the scarcity of it. Well, no, I like it.
The state isn't funding art anymore like it used to with Da Vinci or something like that.
Wait, how do they complain about capitalism? How do artists? What artists are you talking about? Painters?
I just see a lot of artists talk about.
Wait, what kind of art? What kind of artists are you talking about? Stop! Hail.
Well, a lot of leftist artists.
Well, artists like what? Painters?
You talk about capitalism like it's.
Are you talking about painters or musicians or what? What kind of art are you talking about?
Yeah, both. I would say general artists. All general artists. Anyone
this is an easy one. This is an easy one, though. It's because artists would prefer to live in a society where they are free of anxiety to create their art, but they have to. I'm an artist. I'm a sound artist, and I would much more prefer that. But we live in the society we live in. We can't change overnight, so we have to participate.
Well, I don't think you should change overnight. I think it takes time to develop an art too. It's not as though it'll take 10 years, even with or without money. Just because you have money doesn't mean you're going to create a masterpiece.
Well, that's why the complaining happens.
Yeah, but wait, hold on. Wait, so if it takes,
because you haven't taken the time and dedication of your art.
If it takes 10 years, if it takes, God fucking damn it. If it takes 10 years to create a masterpiece, you have to be fed for that 10 years. You have to have a roof over your head 100%. For that 10 years. You have to have clothing on your back for that 10 years. You have to have supplies for that 10 years. And if all of those things cost money, you either have to sell your artwork or you have to work for somebody else to be able to pay for that kind of shit, which means you have less money or less time to dedicate toward the artwork itself. So yes, they are going to complain about capitalism because it does take 10 years to make a fucking masterpiece and somebody's got to pay for it.
So, but here's the problem, though.
But people buy this.
1 second. If you're an artist and you're like, oh, I really hate capitalism. What you really hate is not having your basic needs met. You don't hate capitalism because, like, as soon as you're good at fucking art, like, you're gonna love the fact that
they're not creating art. Most people, most people don't know. Most artists do not know. Can you please stop doing that, Zach? Most artists do not care about how much their art sells for. They just want to create it.
Most artists want to sell their art. They want to pay for their houses with it. They'd love to. If you ask them if you could pay your whole entire year with your art, would they do it? They'd say yes.
No. I mean, it'd be nice in the system that we have, but in an ultimate system where they actually have basic needs met, I'd rather give my art away.
Great. And so then you will just live a really lovely life. And that's the goal of this system in the future. You don't get to go to a Mangiri, but you're going to live a really fulfilling, easy, stress-less life. That is, I think, enough for most people to pursue meaning in whatever way they want to do it. But if you want to go to the
I've got a much better solution for that.
You want to take from people. That's the difference. I want to give to people. You want to take from people.
I don't want to take from people. I want to put everybody at an equal footing and then let everybody do what they choose to do.
But that's going to require that you take from people. You know that.
Sure. Right? Because the way it sits right now, the people on the top have been taking from everybody else for thousands of years.
God,
so we need to change that. We need to equalize that.
It's almost like there's a saying, 2 wrongs or what is it again? I don't know. It's like really well known.
3 wrongs don't make a right either, by the way.
This is not.
And one wrong doesn't make it right.
This is righting the wrong.
Either way, it is. It is absolutely righting the wrong.
You can right the wrong by just making sure everybody is taken care of.
Do you want
and you can make sure it doesn't happen again. No.
So either you want to get rid of yachts, or you want to give everyone yachts, and I don't know which one is worse.
No, I don't want to do either. I want to allow for the use of yachts, but I want yachts to be some sort of a public use project.
By the way, you could make like a class of maritime, basic need stuff. Like everyone has access to water in some way, but like, great, that's the system that you build on top of giving things to people, not taking from people.
Well, sure, and that's Marxism. That's not techno-fascism.
No, that is techno-fascism, because in our system, you just give to people.
No, because you have very wealthy people on top that have 10 yachts, and everybody else has to share one yacht.
That is not what you get to fix. The reason they have 10 yachts is because they figured out how to get you your package the next day.
That's the way it works today, and that's what's not working. That's the way it works today, and that's what's not working.
Listen, I'm all for getting rid of the bad billionaires, but like Elon Musk is sending us to space, he's giving us electric cars. He's not a bad billionaire. The guys that are still farming the Amazon, those are bad billionaires. We can get rid of those.
How do you give away beachfront property to everybody, too?
Have you, the guy that started Apple, he died, right?
He did.
Did you ever hear his last, major statement that he made?
I think he gave a speech, a commencement speech. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, it was a personal one, not a public one.
Okay.
He regretted everything he did, not taking time out for his daughter, not taking time out to enjoy life, only focusing on the next dollar, the next invention, whatever. That's all I have to say.
So in the equation of the human experiment in 2026, Steve Jobs hurt his daughter. He hurt his wife. He hurt a lot of the people that were close to him, because he was like just notorious asshole.
Right.
And he has helped tens of billions of people and will continue to in his legacy. And I'm a little bit of a pragmatist when it comes to
same things happening with Jeff Bezos.
Sure. So you're right. Like, there are people, let's say the employees of Amazon, that are being treated in a substandard way, and we should attempt to address that. But we should not lose sight of the fact that he routinely, every single day, is serving billions of people in a way that makes their lives better.
Okay, so
that's an equation. That's an easy equation.
Hold on, Zach. So what we're doing is expediting our future and our change, and at the meantime, it's at the expense of everybody. Basically, we need to slow down and enjoy life and enjoy this world and stop fucking it up.
Sorry, guys, just wanted. Sorry, Stargazer.
You're all right. I'm done.
I just wanted to introduce Popcorn, your teacups. But how you doing today? You there? All right, we'll wait till he comes off teacup. But I hope we didn't lose him. It's usually good entertainment.
Yeah, he was up here this morning. He was up here this morning. He left really fast. Yeah,
he was also on Joe's.
Always entertaining.
The main thing that I wanted to say, but we sure as hell got way far away from it, was I actually heard something in a live. It actually might have even been in your live, Mojo. It was either yesterday or the day before, and I liked how someone said that America was not necessarily a melting pot, because we're not melding together, but more of like a salad where they all work together, but you could still differentiate the tomato versus the cucumber versus the spinach.
You're cutting out, Sammy.
I like that.
I can hear that whole thing now, but you are going to start to get a little bit worse.
That's what she said is true. It's a better way to look at things. We can't forget.
I like idealism sometimes.
Yeah.
Deep, hi. I'm just mostly modding here, but I don't think I've met you yet. How you doing?
Oh, good. We've been talking a lot.
Yeah. I'm usually here. I just had some things to take care of today. So you're a Trump supporter, right?
Just a little bit. Not a. I mean, more than just Trump. There's a lot more than Trump going on here. There's a lot more people we can get involved, but he's just one of many that kind of represent the alignment that I had in 2020.
Totally fair. Yeah. What was the discussions that were happening earlier?
A lot of it had to do with capitalism and if it was good or what type of capitalism. They were talking about Yarvin a little bit. I heard
that's what they were talking about. But they switched off into talking about Israel. I had to try and bring it back. They started talking about something else. We were originally talking about the wealth fund here and the settlement. I don't know.
Sure. Well, yeah, the welfare that settlement. Some people even think 1/6 is not as we're told. I mean, I don't know if you ever believed or seen any of the footage. But there's some shenanigans that definitely happened that day.
No.
I don't know if you've seen some of the...
There were 1,600 people. There were
a lot of smoke and mirrors, I'll tell you that.
There were not.
I don't know how many more smoke or mirrors I saw, but there's some footage that just rocked me a little bit, and just some of the timing that came out and how they tried to associate him with being an insurrectionist, but nothing ever really happened out of it. And
but
so they had to kind of move the goalposts together.
They stopped the vote. Go ahead, Sam.
Well, everything still happened. Biden became president, but he wasn't, the dictator they wanted him to be. And I think they tried to use that day to instill some sort of impactful memory. But people kind of are seeing through it all. Just takes time.
These are people that invaded our capital. If any other country would have done that, that would have been an invasion of the country by an outside force. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, well, at first there were some grandma and grandpas and families and people kind of there cheering them on and just saying, hey, this election was very peculiar compared to other elections everyone lived through. So, they're kind of going, what's the next step? Can we actually protest
and then people started beating the crap out of police officers and chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mm-hmm. I don't know what you're looking for.
Well, we're just hoping there wasn't any informants or any provocateurs or agitators kind of get in there and cause us some ruck.
There weren't.
Okay, so there's some videos that came out. I mean, I don't know if we're allowed to talk about it. That was
I know you get the propaganda. I got you. I understand.
Well, wait. What I was going to say is they censor people even asking questions about it. I was like, wait a second, that's a red alert, red flag. That you did that with other stuff too. They did that with elections. They did that with C-19 as well. So it's kind of the same cast of people doing the same kind of agenda.
Some capitalist entity decides that they don't want you talking about something, and somehow that leads to you thinking that the government is censoring some sort of a conspiracy theory. That's just fucking dumb.
Well, I'm not connecting too many dots, but sometimes I jump from dot to dot, but sometimes it's just so hard not to ignore some of the thoughts that come in. I'm not very conspiratorial minded. I mean, I'm open minded, and I'm skeptic. I'm a skeptic, and it's good to be a healthy skeptic.
Yeah, I don't think you're skeptical at all. I think you're looking to fulfill your cognitive dissonance.
I don't got confirmation bias. I promise. I'm trying to just get something naturally channeled into me. But what I see in my eyes, and it's hard not to question even further, considering how hard they press this guy, and then how they label his supporters, and the labeling and the association just got absurd and silly.
The perpetrators did have their days in court. Many of them went to jail. Many of them got fined. They were jury of their peers, let's put it that way. Anyway, when Trump got elected this time, he pardoned all of them. And now he created a slush fund, and he's going to reward them with money because they were wrongly tried or
treated too. I heard there were some conditions in the jails that maybe they were sort of being subjected to, but
it's no worse than what the
whole story is unraveling as we go.
Hold on, it's no worse than the immigrants are being treated right now.
Yeah, I've heard different things. I've heard different stories. It's kind of overgeneralizing. This is a smaller pocket of people, but a lot of immigrants are treated very nicely. And there's some understanding, there's some compassion.
Sir,
Yeah, they do. There's some good ice
you've drank
agents.
the Kool-Aid.
There are some
You're
good
gonna have to
ones.
admit it. You've drank the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, this is cognitive
I don't drink
dissonance.
Kool-Aid. It's not good for your body. It is not good for you.
Cognitive dissonance. Right.
Absolutely not.
Who was the first person?
Yeah, I mean, I understand.
Who was the first person to break into the White House or into the Capitol building? I'm sorry. Do you know?
I don't know if it was a masked guy. If I don't know who it was.
Wasn't.
Maybe some lady.
It wasn't a masked guy, and it wasn't a lady. It was Dominic Pizzola. Dominic Pizzola, who was a member of the Proud Boys, who was not wearing a mask, and he used a stolen police riot shield that he had taken from somebody a cop that he just beat up to get the riot shield, and he used that riot shield to break into the first fucking window in the Capitol building. And he was he was the second person that entered, because after he broke the window, one person entered before him, and then he went in. This is a Proud Boy. Was the second person to enter and the first person to break a window.
Yeah, and he got radicalized. And what's interesting though is they tried to frame it that Trump had like direct contact or something or connection. There was no text messages, no emails. We're saying, did Trump coordinate this for you? Are you just some radicalized? You're just some radicalized gentleman. Oh, I take this. Hold on, I'm not leaving. Can I teacup or should I come back?
Hold on. You do know
you can teacup.
I gotta take this call.
That's fine.
Occupied the Capitol Rotunda without a
hold on. Teacup. If what you do too is if you teacup, like if you take the call and then you switch the app back to here, but put yourself on mute here, you can do both, and you won't teacup.
So I'll just keep on mute and teacup.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. If not, I'll just drop and come back. Thanks.
Okay.
Gotcha.
You guys understand that in the first couple weeks of the Gaza situation, a whole bunch of people broke into the Capitol, occupied the Rotunda. There was no anything else. Like this idea that this group of people wanted to do real harm to people and had the ability or preparation or coordination in any way.
There's videos. What are you talking about? Did you not see the videos?
And also, by the way, I just want you to conceive of a group of people who truly
you drank the
believe.
Kool-Aid too, Zach?
No,
Oh,
it's like
my God.
truly believe
There's no hope
that
for
there
you.
has been an election stolen from them. I'm not saying it has been. I'm just saying that every single one of them believed in their heart
And you
that
don't
a
think
group of people had
Musk had
stolen.
anything to
Wait,
do
hold
with
on.
the current recent
I'm sorry.
election?
I'm sorry. I've been setting a bad precedent, so I'm finish this idiotic statement.
That was not nice.
I think it is fair to say that if you believe, and let's imagine 2028 comes along.
You gotta be
it's
quick,
a heated
though, man.
race, and then they do something that you're like, oh my God, this is straight up stolen from us, and you believe that it is stolen from us. Is it so crazy that you would march on Capitol Hill?
It's not crazy.
Not march, by the way, not march as in to take over the Capitol, but that's where your out of control protest would happen. Not maybe burning and looting stores in Minneapolis.
Zach, stop. They intended on taking over the Capitol. As a matter of fact, there was a whole fucking plan that was put forth by the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and the Boogaloo Boys. They all got together. They created a plan, mostly the Proud Boys. This plan was laid out in court. It was the 1776 blah, 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 some bullshit or another. I don't know. I can look it up and give you the exact document if you want. But it was all about the plan of taking over the Capitol first, and then continuing to take over other buildings, and then taking over the whole government eventually. They had a plan to do this. This was pre-planned. Just so you know, Zach.
So also there's two groups of people. Just to be fair, there were people who were in cahoots with the administration to do this. It's well documented. But there were a group of people who were there because of what Zach describes. People who thought, and there was a lot of people who will say they were bamboozled. They realized this. They realized they were used as a political tool. And so I just want to distinguish between there were Proud Boys and groups that were working to do this, and then other people who were lied to.
Well, but do you really think there was any sort of meaningful coordination between Donald Trump and these groups?
Yes.
Meaningful coordination is in Donald Trump was
Did you hear his
here's
speech?
What I want. I want you a couple hundred.
Did you hear his
people.
speech?
Hold on, did you watch? Did you watch the whole impeachment hearing?
Just one at a time, please. I can't hear anything. Zach, and then Ash.
Like, this is America. You guys have put, hundreds of thousands of people in the streets saying the meanest things on signs about the president that we have, and you have a problem with this idea that if someone thinks that their election has been stolen from them, and again, there's a less than 0% or there's a more than 0% chance that it was.
Okay, so are you still going? Sorry.
Sure. Sorry.
So okay. First of all, did you not watch the entirety of the impeachment hearing?
No.
Okay, so if you watch that, you will see everything laid out very clearly, how things were coordinated, where the communications were, the timing of it. It was all very clear. In fact, I'm pretty sure the Republicans generally agree with it. They just voted it down for political reasons. So first of all, there's that. And second of all, we're not demonizing the people who were lied to. Like, it may seem like that because they're kind of grouped into that, and that sucks, but we're trying to get at the root of the problem, not the people who were lied to, but the people who did coordinate, the people who did go to prison, who did do bad things, and then were pardoned.
So do you think that there was a group of people? One second. Do you think that there was a group of people on January 5th who were amongst those coordinating conversations about the march, by the way? Because I think you really need to separate yourself from, was there coordination about the march, to was there coordination about a specific plan to take over the government by marching? Because I think those two things are separate. There might have been crazy Proud Boys who heard about the march and who were like, wow, this is our chance. If we just blah, blah, blah.
There was. No, the march was put together from the beginning.
There was a meeting. There was a meeting the night before on the 5th in a parking garage in D.C. The leader of the Proud Boys, the Bogo Boys, and the Oath Keepers all met up in a basement garage, and they talked about what they were doing the next day. And this is caught on video, and it was shown in court.
Got it. But so what I'm saying is that is one set of things. That would be as if there was a radical anti-Trump group that saw a No Kings protest and were like, we're going to go to the No Kings protest. We're going to do this terrible thing.
No, it's a group of well-armed.
That's different than it's a group Kamala
of
coordinating
stop.
that terrible
Listen
thing.
to Mojo, please.
Stop. It's a group of well-armed and well-coordinated individuals. Three groups of well-armed, well-coordinated individuals that actually brought a whole lot of guns that were sitting right outside city lines, ready to go when they took over the building. And they used the march. Unbeknownst to the marchers, or a lot of the marchers, they used that march and they used them as useful idiots in order to break into the Capitol. So they understood that these people were so pissed off and they could get so riled up that they could be used to as cannon fodder to throw in the way of their plans. This was all part of the plan.
Saying that group is not connected to Trump. That group is connected to.
They are.
No,
they are connected to Trump. There's communications with people in his administration to coordinate this. And also the worst part is that it goes back before no, hold on a second. Before Proud Boys were even involved, before the whole march was even involved, this all was based on the fact that they had been putting together these fake electorate slates, whatever they're called.
Oh, you got to be careful with that word. You got to be careful with that term.
Which one?
What you just said.
ES?
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know that was a controversial term.
That used to get us banned. I'm not sure if it's still will or not, but it used to get us banned.
Weird. Okay, thank you for that. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. So yes, it was coordinated to attempt to do it one way, and then there was a contingency plan to make sure that it happened another way. So this was all been planned since the beginning by the administration.
So I want to be really clear. You're telling me that what Donald Trump did was Donald Trump says, wow, we're getting close to maybe losing this election. So I'm going to overthrow the government.
Right.
That's what I'm supposed to believe.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he talked to lawyers and people in the White House on how he could do that.
You guys are crazy. You guys are
literal documentation. Yeah, go ahead.
No, there was a specific lawyer that got disbarred and charged with crimes for doing so, for putting forth this plan.
Okay. Again, I want to be really clear. You think Donald Trump was like, I'm going to send this parade of people who have come down for the Stop the Steal protest, and we are going to take over the United States government by sending them into the Capitol building?
Yes.
Okay. If you guys don't understand how tinfoil hat you are, because I just want to give you the opposite.
Listen to anything.
I want to give you the opposite potential. The Democratic Party, that squashed Bernie, that squashed RFK by suing to get him off ballots, that who squashed, who did an entire election with a person who never went through a primary, after putting forth a Weekend at Bernie's candidate that we all had to follow along, that they lied to us continuously about. That group, that DNC that doesn't like to lose, they sent informants from their Justice Department into this group of people who were very agitated.
I need you to stop. 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 Who was president on January 6th?
Donald Trump was president.
Who was in charge of the DOJ?
Donald Trump was in charge of the DOJ.
Okay. So how did Democrats send informants in?
Who was the president before Donald Trump?
Fucking Obama.
Okay.
4 years.
Was Obama
4 fucking years before that, Donald Trump was in charge of the DOJ on that fucking day, and you're telling me that informants were sent from the DOJ to perpetrate this crime? Are you fucking serious?
So in what we call political systems, where people are unelected bureaucrats and they maintain their power throughout various different administrations, if perchance certain numbers of those people are
now you're getting deep down. Now you're getting deep down into the fucking conspiracy.
Is that deep down?
I'm sorry. It is absolutely. It is
Stop
absolutely
interrupting each other. Stop interrupting each other.
Absolutely deep down. This is fucking
So you're
stupid.
telling me
Wait, tell me who.
Zach,
Give me names.
Zach, knock it off.
Give me names, Zach. Give me names. Give me names of who these people are.
I muted him.
Zach,
please go one at a time. I hate muting people more than anything in the world. I don't drop, I don't mute, but please, I know it's heated. Just let each other finish each other's statements, please.
I'm sorry, but Zach, you just didn't listen to anything, and until you watch the impeachment hearing, we're not on the same level, because you're talking about a possible hypothetical that is baseless, and we're talking about an actual hearing that has all of the evidence, that follows a line, and has literal physical videotape evidence of all of this shit.
Hey, Zach, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can y'all hear me now? I don't got bars.
You're good.
Yes.
Okay. With every single J6er that ended up in prison, were they all charged with the T word?
No.
Why not?
I don't know, because some were doing literally almost nothing, and some, listen, I'm not saying that certain people shouldn't have gone to jail. I think anytime someone breaks into a federal building for any reason, they should go to jail for that. But,
So why do you think only select people were charged with the T word? Do you not think that we don't have evidence for that?
Yeah, I don't think that you have evidence. The majority of the sort of J6 prosecutions all happened under Biden, right? They didn't happen under Donald Trump. They happened under a DOJ completely controlled by Biden. And I think that there was a whole bunch of people that were given decades-long sentences for doing something that a bunch of pro-Palestinian advocates did, a couple years ago and got literally nothing for.
I'm sorry, when did the pro-Palestinians break into the Capitol and smear shit on the walls and everything that?
They didn't smear dog shit, but that doesn't qualify the thing. You don't get to be like, oh, well, the reason that they got 0 punishment versus 20 years in jail is because of the feces. It's like, no, sorry, that's an irregular application of justice that you guys somehow are just blind as fuck to.
No, I'm sorry, but was there an actual governmental process that was going on when this happened with the pro-Palestinians?
Was there an actual governmental process? What do you mean? No, there was not. When they broke in and occupied the rotunda, there was not a governmental process. They had literally chosen to not go through that process and break into a federal building and occupy it until they were forced to leave by security.
Okay, what was going on January 6th? Was an actual governmental process going on?
There's always a governmental process going on in the Capitol.
And what is the damn definition of treason? Trying to impede a governmental process.
Great. So have we charged all of the Palestinian protesters with the impediment of justice and treason?
You just said there wasn't a governmental process going on.
No, I just said that every single day there is a governmental process going on in the Capitol building of the United States. There is never a day. So if that's your idea of what treason is, as opposed to, by the way, potentially stealing the election. I mean, again, all we know is that there's this random thing that happens that's super important that suddenly gets us to all send in mail-in ballots, and then suddenly there's more mail-in ballots than ever before in all of American voting history.
As it should be. We should always
the guy
use
that
mail-in
no one
ballots.
actually liked beat the guy that has now won the second time for the most popular votes in America.
Wait,
I don't know. Who just so happens to be a guy
Wait, hold on.
dedicated to killing
Stop.
the system.
God damn it, stop. That is not the most votes in history. Biden was the most votes. We should be able to vote by mail. And on top of everything else, the protesters you're talking about, there were about approximately 200 of them. They didn't break in. They showed up for tours, and they all sat down in the rotunda. They sat down and they sang. They fucking sang songs. What the fuck is wrong with you?
And Zach, just because most people chose to stay safe and vote mail-in ballot doesn't mean that it was only mail-in ballot, because I've actually voted in person. I went to my governmental office and voted in person.
You're right. The variable in this election that somehow produced a record attendance to voting, not equaled since, by the way, because it went back to the exact number during 2024. So this aberration in voting numbers only happened, I guess we would supposedly say, because of mail-in voting, even though you could go in person. But what it also allowed was a ton of not real ballots to get mailed in, potentially. I'm not saying it happened. I'm just saying that, like, this idea that the election was stolen has Zach, a whole bunch of just qualifying support.
Can I say something?
Yeah, sorry, Star.
Our local Board of Elections verifies every ballot that comes in. How do you think that happens, that many got through that were illegitimate?
How could you tell me that you verify these things? We don't even require ID in most places. What are you talking about?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you do. Yeah, and you're wherever.
I don't know why we bothered. He's drunk the Kool-Aid. It's a waste of time. Why are we even bothered talking to him?
Listen, I know it sucks to hear a very rational breakdown of why you have been lied to and why it's so effective and the powers that be that are doing it.
Yeah, but nothing you're saying makes any sense at all. Wow. Zach got himself a violation.
Oh, darn it.
Well, what I wanted to ask Zach was, wait, so the same people that they keep complaining about are lazy and everything like that, you mean, they actually do their civic duty when it's made easier by doing a mail-in ballot? Oh, that's kind of crazy to think about.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Sammy.
Oh, no, you're good, Star. I mean, he would have came up with something to dispute that anyways.
And him getting dropped is God doing for me what I can't do for myself.
We love you, Stargazer. I mean, he's much more tame than he was before.
Yeah.
as far as like a lot of like the rhetoric, I don't know. I think there's like a learning curve on TikTok because I know, like, I came in hot on TikTok, super hot. But I've learned how to like kind of just, you know, have better conversation, and I think that's kind of the trajectory of a lot of people who have a lot of stuff.
And you can't bring up about the voting numbers being different because, oh, hey, maybe those how many Americans unalived during the pandemic, maybe that's why 2016 and 2024 were about the same numbers. Like, it's just so irritating.
Yeah, all that. Both those fuckers are irritating. Zach thinks that he's making sense because he remains calm during the process. He just continues to talk over, though it doesn't really matter. I think he's equating a sit-in to an actual invasion of the Capitol, right, which is pretty crazy.
And
Mojo.
So wild.
Mojo, did you hear the good news, though?
What?
GW, last night on CT's panel, told Tabasco that he was in a cult.
Tabasco isn't a cult. What the fuck?
No, but GW, like, is pissed.
What happened between him and Vex?
Vex happened.
Yeah.
Vex happened. Wait, what does that mean? I don't know what that means.
I like Vex. No Vex slander on my watch.
I mean, I like Vex, but Vex and Grumble both, like, love him to death, but they can be super abrasive.
I don't think Vex can be abrasive. Like,
seriously?
He was very abrasive last night. Very.
I don't find him to be abrasive. Maybe
there's a reason he doesn't come on my panels.
There last night, yes. He was harsh.
Really? God, I miss everything.
Yeah, like, legit, CT was having, like, an amazing discussion with GW, and then Vex came up and...
Yeah.
Came in hot?
For the W?
Who, what?
I said for the W? Did he come up and get a W?
No. Vex got an L last night. Vex got a major L last night.
Was he just mad, or was he making points, or what was going on? Did you hear me?
He was like being abrasive and assertive, like when he didn't need to be. Like, GW had already admitted, like, that he didn't want to vote for another Republican again, and yada yada yada. And then Vex just kept hammering him, and I think literally GW reversed his course.
Interesting. Well, for anybody that didn't know, I stayed up until 2:30 in the morning on L's panel, having a nifty conversation with Princess Mayo.
Why couldn't I see you? I was there.
Till 2:30 in the morning. Till 2:30. Could you hear me?
No. I mean, you must... What time did you come on? I was there when CT came in.
I was there after CT got... He got banned or something. I don't remember.
You were there after that.
Okay. So when I went up, I went up specifically because Mayo had said that we should divorce ourselves from our family if they voted for Trump, and I had to ask her about that. So that's why I went up, and then I stayed up until like 2:30.
Oh no, I left when CT did.
Oh, okay.
They invited me up, but I didn't want to be involved in that. Ooh.
Yeah. I just think it's crazy to tell somebody that they should divorce them, that they're not an ally if they don't divorce themselves from their family members who voted for Trump. That's a crazy statement.
I mean, I don't disagree with someone doing that, but I think that should be a personal choice. Like, you can't just say that blanketly for everyone.
Yeah, and she insists everybody does it, otherwise they're not an ally. That's just crazy to me.
Yeah, that's too far.
And what was going on between Princess and CT was just
Wait,
really
CT
weird.
went up too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, don't worry, CS. I missed that part too. Apparently, I went to bed too early at 12:30.
Yeah.
She had an issue. Supposedly she went on his panel and said something, but then later said she didn't say it, and he made a video of her saying it and then saying that she didn't say it. So anyway, they went round and round about that, and it got pretty ugly.
Yeah, CT was mad on his tail, just put it that way.
I did. I'm gonna DM you.
Okay.
I just don't want to.
That's fine.
You could probably talk to it. He was talking about it a little bit in, not in General Shenanigans, the other one that people go in.
Oh no, I think it was in general.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Because there was also something in that one that you're not allowed to talk about.
I don't know. I don't remember exactly where stuff was posted, but I guess I should probably announce something too. But
Anywho,
how many people are in here?
80.
The
Too many.
Guardians are winning 3-0 against Detroit.
Stargazer, there, no sports ball. He's close to closing us down, just so you know.
Yeah, we've got nobody on panel. What am I? You're going to start talking about sports? I don't even know what the hell teams you're. What sport are you talking about? I don't even know what sport you're talking about.
Baseball.
Oh,
here we go, Don.
Hold on, I want to know about the announcement.
What announcement? What
There's a
announcement?
big announcement.
Oh,
Are you running for a seat? Huh?
Who, me? No. No. I would never do such a thing. Don't worry. Nobody wants to see me run for office.
Just imagine these like back rooms where like Republicans and Democrats are talking all political, trying to like hash out deals, and Mojo's in there just like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
That's exactly how that would go.
Yeah, could you imagine me at the debates? What the fuck?
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
I did just read there's been 40 aircraft damaged or destroyed in the Iran little controversy we have. It's not a war, right?
Well, hitting the afterburner for too long can damage a plane. It doesn't mean that the damage was incurred via combat.
Donovan, the excuse maker.
Well, I prefer logictician. We can go with that. So, did you guys see that the DNC autopsy was leaked? Uh-oh.
The DNC
autopsy. It wasn't leaked.
Yeah,
They were calling for it to be released.
Could you please hold on? I have no idea what you're talking about, so could you please educate?
Yeah.
I've been busy all day.
Yeah, there was a lot of gnashing of teeth going back and forth as to whether or not the DNC would even release an autopsy or even do an autopsy on the 2024 election. And it was the public-facing position of the DNC that they would not, in fact, release. Well, it got leaked. It got leaked today. And it's currently going over. It's been going over by lots of different creators. And the funniest one had to be David Hogg. Now, I'm not normally a fan of David Hogg, but he did a really good and funny breakdown of this leak. Now, the conclusion was that Kamala Harris was a moron. I'm just teasing. There was no conclusion. Yeah, but it was really interesting. If you guys want to check it out, I would definitely recommend you see David Hogg's take on it.
But Donovan, I don't think it was leaked because literally multiple Democrats were calling for it, like Democrat leaders were calling for it to be released.
Well, that's good. I mean, there should always be an after-action review after any type of engagement, and the idea that one should not be released, I isn't in keeping with the storied traditions of the Democratic Party. No, it was good. One of the things I like about David Hogg's take on it was that he did Command F for a lot of different subjects that he thinks may have impacted the election. He did searches like Gaza, no results. Israel, no results. But yeah, I mean, I think even that particular autopsy, I think honestly they're incapable of telling the truth. That's what I think the real issue is, and I applaud any of my blue team cousins that are willing to have an honest discussion about things that need to be fixed.
I heard you arguing with some conservatives earlier about healthcare.
Well, you saw that, did you?
I saw some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, they brought your name up.
Yes, they did. That's what made me stop.
That's what made you stop?
You're just so popular, Mojo. I hope to be as popular as you one day.
One would even hazard to say controversial. Well done. Mojo.
I would say infamous. Not famous, but infamous. Everybody.
You're certainly getting there.
Yeah. I'm the evil person on TikTok, I guess. I don't know.
Purity tests are gross, regardless of the side that engages in it.
Yeah, I agree.
Go ahead, Sammy.
So, Donovan, have you potentially apologized to Ella?
Why would I do that?
I talked to you about this yesterday. Because
look,
you were pushing it for no reason.
I acknowledge the fact that
you amen. And actually, I can't even blame Mr. Ethicist, because as soon as you and Amen started getting on your little pack mentality, he dipped it. So,
all right, Sammy, let's do this, Sammy. What did I say that you object to, or that possibly even Ella may have objected to? I prefer you tell me what you object to rather than Ella, because I'd rather she speak for herself. What did I say that was so objectionable?
Yeah, everybody else must not care.
You were being mean for no reason.
Could you allow that meanness to take shape? How about a quote? Can't do it, can you?
Wait, what's happening here? What panel was talking about Mojo? And is it the same bullshit?
Wait, whose panel? It was Salty Stew.
Is it the same bullshit that's been going on for the last 2 days?
No. No, it had nothing to do with that. Actually, I don't remember. What was it even about? I just heard my name as I was kind of scrolling through.
Okay, here's what happened. And you can object to my use of narrative building after the fact. What happened was our blue team cousins came up and said, there sure are a lot of P3DO tendencies on the right.
No. And I was like, wait a minute. No, God damn it. Hold on. I'm not talking about Ella right now. I'm talking about, I think CS was asking about the live this morning that they were talking about me. That was Salty Stew.
What were they talking about?
Oh, it was like Easy and Doll and a bunch of chuckleheads. I don't really.
That's right, Easy and Doll, and then they were giving you a hard time about defending me or something like that.
No, they were like, you comply with Mojo in his panel all the time. I'm like, do you ever fucking watch Mojo's lives? Are you what is wrong with you? They're like, they call me contrarian, and you guys are like, oh, you agree with them all the time. Something about socialized healthcare. I'm like, yeah, crony capitalism. Like, what? You're a Marxist. I'm like, fuck you. I'm not a Marxist.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it was. It wasn't anything bad. Brennan didn't do anything bad. As far as Ella goes, I can certainly make a compilation of all the gross things that you said if you want. I mean, there is video of it, but the problem is that we do this every day. It's kind of hard to remember exact quotes, isn't it?
No.
Don't you think? I think it is. Well, most people don't hold ammunition. Maybe you do.
Not for me. It's not. Well, no, I just have a good memory. I can recall. But no, I mean, I come up here and take all kinds of shit, and I get called contrarian, and then from the right, they're like, you comply with them. It's absolute nonsense. Like, I have modulated positions, well thought out positions, and They're just like,
so you don't
red man bad.
You don't think you were mean to Ella?
Do I think I was mean to Ella? I don't recall anything in particular that was mean. Really, what I did was I just pulled up a mirror. And if you're like, well, because I think it's gross to lay that type of behavior at the feet of a political party. So all I did was the same thing. And she just took it personally.
What exactly did you put a mirror up to?
Well,
if you've got such a good memory.
The allegation was that, you know, a P3DO protector, that kind of crap. The GOP does, you know, Dennis Hastert, that kind of shit. So all I did was
You breaking up, I think.
I didn't do it. Wasn't me.
No, he didn't teacup either.
Oh, he's teacup now.
Yeah, teacup now.
You got a phone call. I could make a compilation. I don't know that it's worthwhile. I don't think he's going to apologize. I don't think that the apology would be accepted even if he did. So I don't know. Because he says stuff like that all the time. I remember the conversation being around, like, his son, if his son came out as trans, his answer was, I'd go have mani pedis with him or something like that. But then
Mojo, he's got to think about it a lot first.
It did take him a little while to say that, but either way, that's what he said. And then it was turned around how he doesn't like anybody else, though, or he's not accepting of anybody else doing the same thing, but if it was his own kid, he would do that. So it was interesting.
Right. And, well, with Ella, though, it was about her friend that got beat up for being trans or LGB, and he was making fun of it.
Incorrect. Well, I don't think that anyone should apply violence because of someone's political leanings or the way they choose to live their life.
Well, and the conversation...
Donovan wasn't saying anything. It was actually Amen that was saying it. Donovan just chuckled. You know, that's not bad. That's, you know, that's just chuckling.
No, he said a couple things too. I think the interesting thing is that we started out on a conversation about my fucking district, the district I live in, the county I live in, where the head of the Republican Party, the chair of the Republican Party in my county was just busted in a sting for child I don't know, solicitation, right. Child solicitation.
Yes.
Yeah, and how the Republican Party didn't fire him. They released a statement saying that they accepted his resignation, but that's it. And they didn't come out and say anything bad about it. They didn't make any statements other than that. So that was what the conversation started as, but then Donovan came up and said, yeah, but the Democrats are always protecting, you know, T people, and they're always protecting this, and they're always doing this, and it was the MAPS movement. Oh, it was the MAPS movement that he was talking about, how that's part of LGBTQ. They're protecting the MAPS movement and stuff like that. So Ella decided to come up and start talking about that and saying how that was never part of LGBTQ. And then Donovan was trying to paint just general LGBTQ people as gross mentally ill people, and I think that's what triggered it.
He was equating it to pedophilia.
And yes, basically, he added that in there. Yeah, so that's what he did. He came in and switched the whole thing, like suggesting that they were similar things. Yeah,
that's disgusting. You got to be ashamed of yourself, Donovan.
Yeah, okay, except that's not what happened. What I articulated was a clear progression, and that the progression, if left unchecked, would also then include MAPS, because we all saw it in 2018. That was my, I believe the quote that I gave to American was too far, too fast.
Yeah, except nobody ever accepted MAPS, and somehow you were attributing. Yeah, nobody ever accepted MAPS. Somehow you were attributing the LGBT movement to accepting MAPS, and that never happened.
Behaviors that point to that conclusion. I mean, again, we brought this up before. We can hash it out again if you want. It's totally fine. The whole.
Did you really just do an if-then conclusion?
What was it called? The Drag Queen Story Hour. right? The
yeah, that's right. Then you drag that nonsense in there too. What the fuck?
Around the same, the behavior around the same time with regards to the different pride parades and whether or not children were even allowed at the parades, with some of the questionable behavior that sometimes goes on at those parades. So yeah, there is clear evidence to suggest that if given the opportunity, that they would be welcomed into the community. So that was the objection. You guys can gnash your teeth about it as much as you want, but there's plenty of evidence to point to that conclusion.
I would leave my granddaughter with a drag queen before a white male Republican.
Good job. Thank you for succinctly illustrating exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. You guys are sick. Sick.
Yeah, we're the sick ones. Yeah, good call. How's that working out for you?
I mean, relatively speaking, most people that get caught with that tend to be right leaning.
Yep.
So my foregone conclusion then is that all YT men are accepting of maps.
Yes. Please continue to say that in every live that you go to.
Every live we're talking about UN, you mean?
No, every single live. I want you to offer that narrative to every stranger that you meet, please.
And do you think that they will agree with that conclusion?
No, absolutely not. No, what it does is paint you as absolutely ridiculous.
So you were being painted as absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If that's how you would like to identify, that's absolutely fine. Please continue to do that.
Is that not what you just said, Donovan?
Yep. Well, you don't understand my motivation.
You took the LGBTQ position and said all of them would accept maps, and that would be your conclusion.
Based on the observable information, based on the evidence, it seems to most, I would believe, that would be most of the American electorate, that yes, that seemed to be the arc that MAPS was on, that they would join the movement, that they had their own flag, they did a whole ass TED Talk. There's all kinds of elements right now, and especially around 2018. When that TED Talk came out, it caused a firestorm. And it was the same exact time that the drag queen story hour was going on. The entire electorate saw what was happening and told y'all, pump the fucking brakes. This is why you started hearing things like the LGB wants a divorce from T. Yeah, that's when all that happened. If you remember, too, that's also when Dave Chappelle did that stand-up and got in so much trouble with the T folks. Yeah, I mean, I pay attention and have decent recall, kind of like Mojo. But the problem is that when I bring this kind of stuff up, you guys just lose your shit and say I'm hateful and all this other bullshit. But that's fine. Continue to say the things that you just said a moment ago. Reason is because I like winning elections.
So, Donovan, are drag queens T people?
Not always, no.
Are they even gay?
Not always, no. It is a spectrum.
Just checking.
You guys know.
They could be completely straight and be a drag queen. Anyway, MAPS, minor attracted persons. That's the acronym, I guess.
Yeah. You guys can get mad at me for standing next to American Amen all you want. I don't agree with everything he says, but he just happened to be entertaining that day.
I think he's probably always entertaining to a certain extent, but you do have to have a tough skin when you're on a political panel, because people are going to say some pretty fucking crude and disgusting things. I think the problem, Donovan, is that you're equating all these things together. And I think it's ridiculous to say that Drag Queen Story Hour leads to MAPS, leads to LGBTQ, leads to... I don't know how it leads to the Republican Party not chastising their P3DOs in their own party. But somehow you did that too.
I think one of the other objectionable... Well, you may think it's objectionable... that I said was that it's very interesting that individuals within the priesthood somehow get a pass and they're stripped of their LGBTQ hood if there are abuses. So most of these abuses are same-sex, yes or no?
Yeah, but they're kids. They're also from positions of power.
I'm aware. Again, it's just an interesting phenomenon that I'm calling attention to.
Yeah, because there's a difference between somebody that's gay and somebody that is raping kids.
Yeah, I think it's nasty that the Catholic Church spirited away some of these individuals. Didn't Bernard Law unalive while seeking asylum in the Vatican? Yeah, that was horrible.
I don't know.
They should have went in. They should have went. Cardinal Bernard Law. You don't know who that is?
No, I don't. I didn't read all his stories.
We don't support the Catholic Church and what they do. What are you talking about?
He's not saying that.
That wouldn't speak to support. Cardinal Bernard Law was the highest-ranking church member that was implicated in that scandal. What I said was he should have been brought to justice, but he sought asylum at the Vatican. Did you?
Right. They're a bunch of stickos.
This is one of the other problems. Like, I come up here fully informed, and half of my discussions are trying to provide salient details to the discussion.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't support the Catholic Church.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying I didn't know who Bernard Law was. I think the gross part of that discussion, or the gross part of the thing that you just brought up was trying to equate P3DOs with raping P3DOs with just normal LGBTQ.
Yes.
So you don't think a reasonable objection is an attempt to normalize that kind of behavior, Mojo?
No.
That's not nice, Donovan, at all. One thing is very predatory and illegal, and the other is just somebody living their life and using their free speech.
Thank you, CS.
Yeah, any attempt to normalize that behavior, and from my perspective, it seemed that it was coming from the left, begs for an objection. So all I did was oblige.
Absolutely nobody tried to normalize that behavior except the Catholic Church.
This is true.
Yeah, there was a date. So I guess none of you saw the
dunked on you, Donovan. Sorry.
None of you saw the TED Talk, so I guess you weren't there to object to it. But I believe it was June 20th, 2018. I suggest you look it up.
Whose TED Talk was it?
Some German person. It was a weird name with some odd letters. Maybe Ella is familiar with the person. I don't know.
And what was the point? What was
it was normalization of maps. The whole idea that we would have an acronym for them specifically to soften their nature is distasteful on its face.
That has nothing to do with LGBTQ.
Well, it's interesting that you say that while using a similar acronym.
It's not a similar acronym at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Like that, I have no idea where you are coming from on that one. That one's a wild word. That Donovan, I will say, out of pocket for sure.
So what's the new acronym again? It's like something like MMOM LGBTQIA, and like it's like 13 letters long. You guys must know it, right? I mean, I only have a brown.
Let's go back to this just for a second.
Oh, okay. No.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. We're just gonna go back to this because this is exactly like I think the point. Can you tell me how in that TED Talk they connected maps to LGBTQ? And I know I'm not finishing the acronyms, and I apologize to everyone.
They've got their own flag. It's like baby blue on the top and bottom, and then pink, and then white in the middle. Looks a lot like the trans flag, as a matter of fact.
Okay, so the Irish flag looks a lot like the Indian flag. Are we saying they're the same fucking thing?
Or are you pivoting?
I'm not pivoting at all. You're equating flags to being the same thing. I'm telling you that flags looking similar do not equate to them the meaning behind or what they represent to be the same thing.
Do you want me to show you the flag?
I don't care. I really don't care. And I think equating, and if anyone doesn't know what MAPS is, it's a minor attracted person to LGBTQ. IA, sorry.
Here it is. I found it. It's really MMIWG2SLGBTQIA. That is the new acronym.
Shut up.
Thank you, Reddit.
No. Oh, wait. Hold on. Give me that again. I'm in front of my computer.
It is MMIWG2SLGBTQIA. That is the new acronym. Oh, Jesus.
Do you know what that new acronym stands for?
Missing and exploited something. I don't know. No, I haven't. Like
Missing and unalived Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people.
There we go.
Are you fucking serious?
Well,
that has nothing to do with maps. That has nothing to do with maps.
Oh no! I see what that was. Is that was a call out to your proclivity for using acronyms. That's what that was.
I have no idea what you're getting at, Donovan. And like, you know, I get along with you, and we'll get along after this. But like, I don't know, some of the shit you come up with is really like inflammatory, and I don't know if you do it on purpose. Like the whole meat mech thing that pissed me off. Still won't forget that. But we can move on. And then also this, and like I get stuck on it, and I get stuck on things because I just really can't believe people feel this way. Like, you think it's okay to equate maps to LGBTQIA?
Do you need me to repeat myself?
No, I'm just making sure that I'm understanding you correctly, because this is going to be one of the days where I really don't like you.
Okay, so again, what I said is that based on the body of evidence, it's reasonable to assume that they, at the very least, attempted to find normalization within the, what's the new acronym again? MM2I? I forget. I'm sorry.
That's not widely used. That's not
within that movement.
I agree. Let's see the origin. It's originated in Canada, from what I can see.
Correct. It's a response to the Indigenous population in Canada.
There's a lot of missing Indigenous, aren't there, Matt?
Correct. Yeah. Particularly in Canada, with the residential schools and otherwise. But it is at least sort of more common practice, I think, in the United States to just add 2S. Because Two-Spirit is not just recognized in Canada.
How do you determine which parts go in front and which goes on the end? How do you do that?
Actually, funny you asked that. So the L goes in front of the G because lesbian women were typically caring for the gay men that contracted AIDS in the 80s. And so as a sign of respect, the L came first.
Aw, that's amazing.
Yeah,
I want to talk.
Appreciate you answering that.
I want to talk about that. I want to give some information on the TED Talk in 2018. It was given by a German medical student, Mirjam Hein. In the presentation, she argued that P3O should be treated as an innate, unchangeable orientation, and claimed that reducing stigma would encourage non-offending to seek clinical help and to prevent child abuse.
There you go.
It was largely denounced by every single organization out there. I'm going to tell you that the LGBT organizations that denounced it, one of them was Protecting the Children, the Protasia Foundation, and leading LGBTQ advocacy groups clearly state that this is not part of the spectrum. There's no consensus that that children should not be protected. And then there were a bunch of false equivalencies, and the TED Talk was actually taken down within days after it was actually put forth. So for you to try and tie these things together is ridiculous, because the LGBT movement absolutely denounced everything that was said in it.
How much preparation do you suppose goes into one of those TED Talks there,
Mojo? I don't care. It's a college in Germany written, and this talk was given by one particular medical student. I don't know. Go talk to that.
Or German?
I don't know. Go talk to that medical. Go talk to that medical student in Germany. Go talk to the college if you want. This was not the United States, and all organizations in the United States condemned it. So I don't know, why would you even try and put these things in the same group or category?
Were they sorry they did it, or were they sorry they got caught?
I don't care if they were sorry. That has nothing to
Sorry,
that has nothing to do with the LGBTQ movement in the United States, or anywhere for that matter, since it was denounced by everybody.
Donovan, did you actually watch the TED Talk, or did you just go based off of the information that was given to you?
I can tell you exactly where he got it from, by the way. They're Grok summaries of it, and there are 3 of them on X, as a matter of fact. This is where he got it from.
And Grok, we know who is programmed by the biggest LGBTQIA.
As a matter of fact, one of them One was posted in February this year. Another one posted in March of this year. So yeah, these are relatively recent summaries, overviews. So that's why he's talking about it, because it's in the news, because somebody decided to dig it out of the fucking trash and post it on X, and it happens to be somebody that he follows. That's the only reason he's talking about it.
It is so interesting to see, like, to trace these like talking points like back to.
Is he trying to get maps acceptable?
No, he's saying that He's saying that the LGBTQ movement is trying to get maps acceptable. That's what he was saying.
That's. Oh,
yeah, he's saying it because sorry, Matt. I'm just going to say, and then I'm going to shut up, and I'd love for you to have the floor for as long as you want. Maps is absolutely not related whatsoever, Donovan. And I'm just going to say this, and just because the fucking flag looks the same or looks similar, like, I can't believe that's your proof right there. But anyway, Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just going to say, like, this is not new. These accusations have been hurled at the LGBTQ community for all of eternity. A lot of it even stems from, mistranslations in the Bible, where they basically just equated homosexuality with, that translation. I think there's that documentary, like 1946, right? Where a lot of that was sort of like originated from. And like, I don't know. I find this like such a stretch to go from like drag queen story hour. Like, so for instance, I just wanted to kind of like provide some context there. Like, the reason why drag queen story hour exists in the first place is that some of us in the community have, like, I don't know, that sort of like instinctual urge to sort of parent. And we can't have kids generally, particularly gay men. It's typically, A, it's biologically impossible, but B, it's typically sort of held at arm's reach in terms of like how much it costs to adopt or otherwise. There's numerous organizations that bar us from adopting in general. And then surrogacy is also, wildly expensive. So a lot of us, still have a sort of paternal urge. And so it's just a means for them to like entertain fucking kids and get them to learn. And like the idea that there's some nefarious background behind reading a book in a wig is like patently absurd to me. I don't know how you make that leap, especially if you say you understand these topics.
According to his comment, he thinks that you just proved his point.
Yeah, I don't know how I proved your point.
And Donovan, you can come off mute and you can talk about it up here.
Want to let him go. Mojo hates when I eat into the microphone.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'll allow it.
You'll allow it. You'll allow it.
This is my panel. I'll allow it. Can you hear that? Is that annoying?
Yes, it sounds like you're opening potato chips. She's opening a bag of pretzels.
Mojo gets particularly mad at rappers. I should have made him guess what I was eating. Damn it!
I said potato chips. I said potato chips.
Can you guess the shape of pretzel I'm about to eat?
Normal pretzel shape?
Hold on, I can't get the bag open.
Sticks, the big long round rods, pretzel rods.
Hold on, you guys got to hear the crunch. It's gonna drive Mojo crazy.
Oh
no, it's the thin pretzel sticks.
You are right.
Yep, it's definitely the thin pretzel sticks.
Heck yeah, there's no better pretzel other than maybe like the big soft ones.
What brand?
No. Is it the flavored?
I went cheap. I just got the store brand.
Oh, those are good.
But have you tried the flavored ones?
Mustard flavor is the best.
No, I don't like that.
Mustard. Ooh.
But
I like the run-of-the-mill
in case Donovan was wondering, I've got just a couple of statistics here that when it comes to SA, 93.6% of them were men, 57.5% were white, 16.1% were black, 12.1% were Native American, 11.8% were Hispanic, and 2.5% are other races.
How many were LGBTQ?
The top 5 districts for SA are Northern District of Texas, Middle District of Florida, District of Arizona, District of South Dakota, and Central District of Illinois.
Did you hear my question?
All of those are definitely hotbeds for LGBTQ people.
Did you? Well, they're LGBTQ people are all
Especially
over the planet.
South Dakota,
I don't know where
Matt.
you get that particular
Super
topic
South
coming
Dakota.
from. But did you hear my question?
Let me dig into it.
The answer is they don't use those metrics. I wonder why. Interesting, huh? I think
It's like some grand
one of the reasons
conspiracy.
that come up on these panels is because people tend to look at things one way, and I have this uncanny knack for looking at them in another.
No, I was curious though if you could expound upon what you said to me in the comments there.
Self-awareness W. You said while I was eating a sandwich that you're a gay man and that you can't have children biologically. So I gave you a self-awareness W.
Yeah, no, I mean maybe I could if my partner was a trans man.
Oh, God.
Pre-op.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean that's biological reality as well.
Now you're seeing my motivations for the W. The W stands.
Oh, so you agree that trans men can have babies pre-op?
Yeah, I'm not going to do the dance. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
I mean, you just affirmed what I said.
Is that what you think I did?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, my partner is a cisgender.
I'm gonna have to take
My
that
partner is a
self-awareness
cisgender man,
back
so I
in.
can recognize yes that he biologically cannot have a child.
Right, I understand. Do you suppose all of this cleaving to specificity, do you suppose that helps you politically? Or do you think people are tired of having to have a decoder ring because of your, I don't know, self-absorption? Do you suppose that's doing
what decoder ring?
Well,
what are you trying to decode in what I'm saying?
Okay. What does the acronym stand for again? And how many letters is it?
2S LGBTQIA.
That's right. You
and I just included the 2S. It's like kind of a newer thing. Yeah.
Well, totally. I mean, I appreciate the truncation. It's a lot of letters. I think someone should tell them to slow down.
LGBTQIA. That's hard. Also, typically shortened to LGBTQ.
IWS 2S LGBTQIA plus.
So you're saying that the reason why people have a problem with LGBTQ people is because they can't understand that an acronym.
No, I'm asking you if you think all of that is doing you any favors, and then what I'm doing is I'm attributing it to needing a decoder ring.
I mean, yeah, it is. It does typically do us a favor because.
Let me ask in a different way. Do you think your insistence that people be aware and down with all the lingo based on the way that you identify yourself, do you think that comes across as self-absorbed?
Donovan, you were the one that brought up the acronym in the first place.
Yet another dodge. Yes, I get that. Maybe you should answer the question I just put to you.
Yeah, no, I don't think that we're like shoving anything down people's throats. I think the internet now exists, so people just like see things.
So how many times have you ever demanded that someone use your proper pronoun?
No.
Can I ask this? Can I ask, like, when people, I'm sorry, Matt, because I really wanted to talk majorly, but I just think it's funny because, like, they're like, oh my gosh, they're shoving it down our throats, it's in our faces.
Yep.
What are you so worried about? Are you gonna like accidentally turn gay or something if you see a gay person out just fucking existing?
I'm worried about very little. And no, I see gay folks all the time. As a matter of fact, I had this great big, I had an opportunity not too long ago, put a great big smile on my face. We had someone working at the local Walmart. It's clearly a trans individual. And it was clear based on the way that they dress and the makeup that they want to identify in the feminine. So I was very keen on capitalizing on the opportunity to refer to them as ma'am. And the smile that came off of that very physically endowed individual was warm. It was very warm. I liked it. But here's the problem.
Was it gay?
It's amazing what happens.
Was it gay?
It's amazing what happens.
It was like 6 foot.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing what happens when you. It's amazing what happens when you respect other people.
Indeed. Right. Well, I mean, I just assumed. I just happened to get it right. You know, based on the available evidence, it was clear that this individual probably wanted to be referred to as ma'am or miss. So I obliged. and I got a positive reaction that I enjoyed. But that wasn't the question. The question was the effect that it's having on the body politic, right? So do you suppose that, just like we said the other day, too far, too fast, and this demand that others participate in this type of behavior, do you think it's doing you any favors? That was the question.
Where's the demand?
Yeah, I don't see any demands, and I also don't understand what behavior you're talking about.
Any of you familiar with Lily Tino?
Yeah, fuck Lily Tino.
No,
yeah,
thank
like
you.
No one in the trans community or the LGBTQ community claims fucking Lily Tino. Lily Tino is a rage baiter and out there probably doing the bidding for the right, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're really going to hurt Lily Tino's feelings at this point. But
fuck Lily Tino. I'll stand on that all day.
Wait, before you go too far afield of this, at what point was Lily Tino excommunicated from the religion? When did that happen?
From the religion?
Yes. When did that
happen? Stop with the dog whistles, Donovan. Stop with the dog whistles.
There is a church of LGBTQ people, which all of us who come out and identify. Are you fucking serious? I got a fucking restriction.
No. Matt, quick lap. Come right back. I'll do my best to represent. So I'm reading that Lily Tino because I don't know about this person.
I will give
Lily Tino. It was in 2025 over the women's bathrooms in Disney. I think.
I see.
Yeah.
Did she
So
catch?
what are you saying?
Did she? Notice I said she. Did she catch charges for that?
I don't know. Did she?
No, she didn't.
Okay. What do you think she should have been charged with?
Oh, I don't know that she should have been charged with anything. I just thought it was kind of weird to be taking video inside of women's bathrooms.
I mean, yeah.
That speaks to the issue.
Happens.
You have
it
content
happens.
creators and influences that are not doing you any favors. By contrast, there are conservative trans individuals like Blair White, who I think are doing a great job representing the community, and I think that she should get a lot more weight than she does.
So don't you think by Matt saying that the community has absolutely denounced Lily Tino means something because they agree with you. They agree that that may have been a bit too far. And I don't know the full story, so like I don't want to speak on it fully, but I mean, based on what Matt is saying, and Matt, I'll read any of your comments and bring them up here. And you only got 9 minutes left, so.
Yeah. Do you remember that one? Gosh, I'm trying to remember what platform it was, but Ben Shapiro went on the air and with this one individual, and I think he misgendered. And this person said, if you misgender me again, you're going to be going home in a hospital. It may have been that same guy that was in the GameStop that was like, it is ma'am. It is ma'am. Do you remember that one?
No, but you could give me the name and I'll look it up. I'm in front of my computer. Honestly, this is not an argument I usually have because I normally know where it stems from. It stems from bigotry. It stems from other people putting their fucking noses in other people's business and being threatened that they may be turned gay by this. So, God, what's the name?
Do you suppose that Dave Chappelle is another example of an individual that has offered criticism?
I asked you for the second name second.
I don't know the name off the top of my head. So yes, I know you're slathering about getting the name, but I don't have that off the top of my head. I don't
know why you would think that I shouldn't slather about getting evidence and absolutely trying to understand what the fuck you're talking about.
Yep. I will ask if you think that the criticisms leveled against the T community by Dave Chappelle come from a place of bigotry.
Sorry, somebody put the name in the comments, but can you tell me that again?
Criticism in and of itself is not bigotry, CS. I know you want to paint it as such.
I'm going to need you to give me your full argument again, like in the last, what you said in the last 30 seconds.
Do you suppose that the demand to participate in some of these behaviors are doing them any favors, or is it hurting the movement? The demand that individuals participate, i.e., in some cases, have negative consequences for things like misgendering. Do you think that's doing any favors? That was the question.
What the? I don't know. That was just a bunch of like words and like
word salad.
Yeah.
All right. So then let's do a simpler question.
Topic words that were just kind of like mushed together. And then do you believe this? And no, you want to know what I believe, Donovan? I believe that you should mind your own fucking business. I believe that if you want to identify whoever the fuck you identify, awesome. I don't give a fuck. And I don't give a fuck if somebody identifies as a fucking cat. I'm going to bring this whole fucking shit back in because then that's going to suck for me. Hold on, I'm not done.
You don't give a fuck.
I'm not fucking done, Donovan.
Because it's not.
And so then you can shut the fuck up, and I'm allowed to say that unless I get god damn it, I'm going to get a violation.
Yes, you are.
It's fine. Donovan, honestly, I really don't care. If I see a man in a woman's bathroom that identifies as a woman, I am in no fear that they will convert me to transitioning into something that I don't feel inside myself. I'm so sorry that you're so fragile on the inside, or like you're scared and fearful of the people that around you are so fragile on the inside that they don't know who they are. I am not one of those people, so I'm happy to let other people live their lives. Yeah, okay. So you want to just keep monologuing?
I don't know if they're going to load or not. Lily.
She's loading.
Lily.
Hey guys. This should be the...
Hello. God damn it. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah. Hi, Mega. Is it Mega? I like Trump.
Okay, never mind. Wow, drunk. Wow, drunk. Holy crap.
No, they had crazy. An Australian accent. That's what Sammy was saying, that they're Australian.
Yeah, that's fine, but that wasn't just an accent. Holy crap.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember the last time she was up here? She sounded the exact same. I don't know, maybe she just on TikTok all the time, but that's fine.
I thought she said, I'm MAGA, I love drunk, but I think maybe I misheard.
That's what I heard, dude.
I don't know. All right, moving on. Anyway, so I'm looking up what he was talking about, and thank you, Andrew, for putting it in the comments. Zoe Turr is a longtime Los Angeles TV news reporter and pilot who became famous in the 1980s and 1990s. I'm assuming this is who Donovan was talking about, although he's hiding on mute right now. But she is especially known for capturing footage of the 92 LA riots, pioneering hell. All right, if you want, I can also explain the Ben Shapiro confrontation. Should we go with that one? I think this is what he was referring to. All right, so it happened in July on 2015 on the HLN show, Dr. Drew on Call. Ben Shapiro repeatedly referred to Caitlyn Jenner as Zoe Turr using male pronouns. Shapiro argued that biological sex was immutable and called transgender identity a delusion. Turr pushed back, arguing Shapiro was uninformed about genetics and transgender identity. Shapiro then said, "What are genetics, sir?" Turr grabbed the back of Shapiro's neck and said, "You cut that out now or you'll go home in an ambulance." So, yeah, they had escalated to some sort of, I think, violence. I think they were pushed to the point, and I think when you trigger people like that, we've just have been seeing that where a lot of, like,
interesting
MAGA Republican are defending Chud.
Are those fighting words, CS?
That's interesting. Listen, I'm a very nonviolent person, so I don't believe that should have escalated to violence whatsoever.
That was a legal question, CS.
Yeah, I answered it. Oh, you want me to answer it legally, not morally?
So you don't think those are fighting words?
I think that. Wait, who's fighting words and what in particular?
If I, Ben Shapiro, am on a panel discussion with an individual that demands that their pronouns be they, them, and I, rather than engage in whatever dance they would like me to engage in, refer to them as their outward gender, are those fighting words? Would that be justification to attack Ben Shapiro?
I don't believe any physical violence should come of verbal violence.
Pay attention to your friend, Bryn.
So hold on. Excuse me, what?
I was telling Bryn to pay attention to you. Please continue.
Oh. I don't know that. I don't know why you're talking to the comments right now when you're talking to me, but I lost my train of thought for a second. I will get it back. No, I don't think that. I don't think any, like, you can probably, as angry as I could be with you in conversations that we've had, I do respect to some degree the conversations that we've had that have been very positive, and I generally like you, Donovan, but I know that we disagree to this level where it sparks anger in me that you behave this way. But I would never resort to physical violence. That's not in my nature. So I denounce any physical violence coming from any kind of verbal attacks against each other. That should have been a de-escalation, not an escalation. So I agree with you there. But
yeah, I don't do personal.
I don't think he should have I don't think he should have. He also was baiting them. So that's an issue.
Well, that's good. That's also a self-awareness W for you.
I don't know what that means, but don't need your W's for me.
Well, I mean, again, what's the term that they use? Shamed by nothing, offended by everything. I think that's what it is.
Who uses that?
Oh, Mojo knew it. He made the noise.
No, I don't know it. I was just going to ask you if you had heard when I first started using the cult reference, how offended all the Republicans that would come up were.
What's that?
My cult. When I say that you're in a cult.
Oh yeah, all the time. Right.
I mean, that was my shtick for a long time. I guess it kind of still is to a certain extent, but Republicans get really up in arms about that. They come up in their snowflakes. Some guy came up this morning saying, "How do you expect to have a good conversation if you call people idiots?" Fuck, I don't know. Don't be a snowflake. I mean, what the fuck?
It's fun. Sometimes it's fun. But in that vein, so long as you brought it up, if you open the door, I'm going to kick it in. What was that about the LGBTQ church? There's a whole ass church now?
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know who you're talking to.
I was about to stab
Matt mentioned it.
There's a lot of, so in my area, there's a lot of LGBTQ churches here. Like, they have flags outside. They represent all the flags. And they're, by all means, I think, Catholic churches. So, yeah.
It's Episcopalian as well.
You know what I do?
Let me look at those flags.
I put up the rainbow flag amidst all the MAGA flags when they go up in my neighborhood. So our front porch has a rainbow flag, and there's MAGA flags flying everywhere. That's just me, though.
I love that. Churches.
Is Matt's time up?
I think he's got a couple more minutes, but let's see.
Well, look what CT wrote. It's so funny.
Oh, yeah, that's funny. That's not disgusting or anything.
It's hilarious.
Okay,
the church I was talking about was there's a somebody had started, like, they incorporated essentially, or whatever tax documents you need to do, an LGBTQ church, and the reason for that was so that there's religious protections.
They want to pay taxes for fundraising. What's the church called in Mojo? Is it technically a cult?
I'm not sure, honestly. I just remember seeing it in passing, like, I don't know, some hero TikTok.
I would say all churches are part of a cult.
Thanks for that. I appreciate that. Sammy, is that you making fun of Easy? If so, well done.
Why would I be making fun of Easy? I'm showing him solidarity.
Well, I suppose you could be making fun of Hale, too.
Oh, hey. Oh, hi, Sammy. Sammy, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Easy?
I'm doing all right. I can't complain.
You sound a little bit more peppy today.
Peppy? Well, I don't know about that
Yeah,
one.
like chipper?
Yes, chipper. That's a good word.
Hey?
That's a good thing.
Easy, why'd you call me a socialist?
Well, because you are? Like, hello, what?
That would mean you'd have to want to help people.
Does it need more of an explanation?
No, I'm sorry, Easy. I was listening to my wife. Nice
Did I hear that in the background? Because you want to help people? Is that what
Correct.
she said?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Way to go.
She thinks that's funny.
I'm glad you came up, Easy. We're done chewing on Donovan. Time for a new topic.
Oh, okay.
That's a really nice set of headphones you got there.
No, I'm not done with Donovan yet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm watching the somebody put in Discord the Zoe Tur on Caitlyn, and I'm just fact checking because Donovan likes to be very hyperbolic when it comes to some of these situations. Or
why
just
do you guys pick on Donovan?
I will tell you.
Oh no, I just come up here and comply, Easy. That's what I do every time I'm on this panel. Right?
Complier unalive?
Well, no, because he has conversations. He has conversations with us. He says gross things, but we can have conversations. You are just obnoxious, and you run off rambling in your monotone voice, and you're just obnoxious.
Well, okay. I mean, I didn't ask you how I was. I asked you about him.
And I
But I
explained.
guess you really wanted to say that, right?
Why do we have eyes everywhere? Fucking eyes.
They're
I'm a
making fun of,
trendsetter.
they're
That's all
making
it
fun
is.
of Hale and Easy, Mojo.
I'm just a trendsetter. You look pretty good in like a turban.
I'm sorry. You just said that you're a trendsetter, even though you copied it from Hale. Are you fucking serious?
He has blue eyes. I don't.
Oh, that was fucking funny. Well done, Easy.
My eyes are blue today. They were green that day.
Class?
Yeah, that's the perk of having gray eyes. They change.
Well, that's, I don't know.
So where were we? And what portion did you hear when you came in, Easy?
Actually, I didn't hear anything. I just came up. Figured, why not?
All right. I think the last question that I put to CS, she didn't even dodge. I was very impressed.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm watching the video that you claim to be really violent, and I'm watching it and I'm giggling to myself that you would describe it this way.
I didn't say it was really violent. What I said was he put his hand in the back of his neck and said, if you say that again, if you continue, you're going to need an ambulance. Didn't say it was violent.
Is that
You
Shapiro?
hold on 1 second, Easy. You made it seem as if, and I'll show it. Just give me 1 second. You made it seem as if like grabbed him by the back of the neck.
It was violent. This is the Shapiro thing, right?
Yeah, yeah. And like, listen,
Yeah,
I don't agree.
it
I
was
don't
totally
agree.
uncalled for.
I don't think you should put your hands on anyone. I would agree.
Yeah,
with
that
you
was
there.
violent as hell. Like,
Easy,
it's not
shut
okay.
the fuck up, dude. You're not in this right now. You can take
Yeah,
a
but
seat.
All
You
right,
can
fine,
take
go
a
ahead.
seat. You can take a seat and let me speak. Stop interrupting me.
Okay, go
So,
ahead.
all right. Listen, I don't agree with anyone putting their hands on anyone. I think that it is, in fact, like incredibly uncomfortable, and men do it all the time to women, and I'm sure vice versa. But I know when it happens to me, it feels very bad, even if it is in a polite way, but I don't want that in public. So I would agree with you. However, what I think was described is a little bit different than what I'm seeing, and I'll put it on camera. Hold on 1 second. Let me just make sure that I'm out of the way because
I don't know.
I'm in my home uniform. Mojo knows what that means.
Keep your hands to yourself. I mean, if anybody even touches my wife,
Well, that's why I asked the question that I
Like,
did.
the big screen. Let alone this. This is like clearly
My
violent.
answer has been the same.
Okay, I think you tried to like undermine it.
No, I'm not at all. And again, I said I do not like if anyone puts hands on anyone. So I understand, but like the way that this was described was much more violent.
It's more violent.
It was not described.
He said that he put his hands on her, right? Like whatever.
No, he
or
said he
him.
grabbed. No. It was grabbed by the neck. I don't know. Oh
That's
my
what he
God,
did.
My background is like crazy. 1 second. Hold on.
Exactly what he did.
Listen, we'll all just discuss this together. Here's where here's where it goes down. I just need to make sure. Hold on, I got to close out my tabs.
Yeah,
you want to know what one of those?
Close down the tabs at the zoo.
Yeah, you want to know what one of the last tabs that is on this is the vasectomy procedure. Remember that conversation?
Oh my God, are you serious? Really?
Yeah. I don't close my tabs.
I don't know.
These are emotional support tabs.
Wait, vasectomies?
Anxiety
Remember?
tabs?
Yeah, remember when we had that argument? I'm just trying to make sure none of this docs is in there. Okay. I think it's okay. All right. So this is the video that they're referring to. And before this, it was a very civil conversation, and everyone was just kind of talking about issues. Dr. Drew is there, and like there's a panel of people. It's not just two people, but here.
Know what you're talking about. You're not educated on genetics.
Discuss the genetics.
Well, no,
What are
no.
your genetics?
So let's stay away from the genetics and back to the brain scans. You cut that out now, or you'll go home in an ambulance.
Yeah, that seems mildly inappropriate for a political discussion.
No, I know. Well, but wait. To be fair, but to be fair, you're actually being rude.
You're
no, and that's not fair.
I'm sorry, it's not rude to say that someone who is biologically a male is a male.
You just
someone who is biologically male is a male.
But Mr. Shapiro, you knew very well that saying that to Zoe would be egregiously insulting.
So this is what he said.
Someone who's
So this is the genesis.
But to be fair, you're actually being rude. You're home in an ambulance.
Hold on a second. It's a very
So you have a thing like Klinefelter's syndrome. So you don't know what you're talking about. You're not educated on genetics.
We're supposed to discuss the genetics.
Well,
what are your genetics?
They barely mean you're male or female.
Yes, cracked eyes. They did it. That's what award ceremonies are for. But in terms of the science behind gender dysphoria, you're very familiar with that. So
Very familiar.
It's not about the chromosome. Excuse me, the chromosomes within
We
our
both know
nuclei. Yeah, go ahead.
chromosomes don't necessarily mean you're male or female.
Gender.
With gender
identity. Go ahead.
Especially, but even so, you have a thing like Klinefelter's syndrome. So you don't know what you're talking about. You're not educated on
We're
genetics.
supposed to discuss the genetics.
What
are your genetics?
So let's stay away from the genetics and back to the brain scans.
You cut that out now.
It's out that every chromosome, every cell.
I mean, we don't have to continue watching it over and over again.
We're good. But yeah, like, and I kind of messed up the video, I think, because like I only showed the part of like that interaction and didn't play the part where like they were being very inflammatory. Like Ben Shapiro was absolutely trying to bait, and that was gross.
Oh, you guys didn't like snowflakes, first of all. Second of all, he did grab the fucking shit out of his neck.
Yeah, no, I don't know if they grabbed the shit out of his neck the way that like that was described to me. I thought it was gonna be like a grab and a pull and like a yank. It was they put their hands on Ben Shapiro's back and then they went up to the collar to get a little bit more authority, and I agree. I think that hold on, I agree. I think that's aggressive. However, I think it was honestly, if you watch the whole video, a series in gaslighting, a series of being like somebody who just wants to be super inflammatory, someone who wants to garner a base, and this was the result. And I don't believe in it. I don't think that that's how it should have gone down, but I get that person was triggered in a lot of ways.
If that was a real woman, I wouldn't have gotten like so aggressive.
Oh God!
Actually, the better question is,
I think we should send Easy home in an ambulance right now.
I might have a middle ground take on this if you guys are interested.
Mojo.
You might also be a little offended. So, new friends in the room, I apologize. I've been a pacifist since I was 13 years old. I don't agree with touching other people in physical manner. We can talk about how much Ben Shapiro is a cockface, because he is. We can talk about what he did, what he said. We can talk about the instigation. We can talk about him pushing and pushing and pushing until he got the result that he got. But words do not equal hit. That's all I really have to say.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I would agree with the concept of pacifism as well. But I don't know why we actually brought that up in the first place. CS, was that brought up as an example of like LGBTQ people forcing people to use pronouns?
Yeah, it was brought up as like using violence in order to. I mean, Donovan can state his position again, but it was. Did you see the video where blah 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 that person, hold on, grabbed them by the neck, and it was very dramatic. Where this I didn't think was as dramatic as it was portrayed, but again, I believe I will agree with you, Donovan, that no, you shouldn't put your hands on anyone.
Unwanted touching can be considered battery, and that was a threat to his safety.
I agree.
So the progression in this line of thinking turns into is misgendering, does it count as fighting words? Because I would imagine that if you polled a lot of people on the left, they would say, even the majority would say yes.
Were there charges? Were there charges brought after this? Does anybody know?
Nope.
I think there probably should be.
It was investigated, but there were no charges.
I think there probably should be. I think that was over the top. I think you can say what they said without actually touching the person.
Maybe the producers put them next to each other on purpose. She was way bigger than Ben.
Oh, that's probably why. They probably all signed some sort of a document ahead of time saying that the same kind of document you would sign on Jerry Springer or some shit, right?
Yeah, I agree. It does make for compelling content, though. Very Jerry Springer-esque.
Would you all like to hear what Donovan actually said, Matt?
I'm sorry, what?
We can start talking about Chud the Builder now, because it's sort of along the same plane. But
exactly right.
I mean, hey, I'm not sticking up for Chud the Builder. I'm just sticking up for if it turns out that the person who used words was assaulted before doing the dumb thing with the gun, then yeah, like you cannot hit people because you don't like their words. Where would we be? Self-control.
What this is all going to come down to is whether or not the N-word can be classified as fighting words. This is going to be the meat of their issue.
I don't think fighting words is in any legal description anywhere.
Yes.
Yes?
That was affirmative. Yes.
I also want to push back against the notion that like misgendering is considered fighting words. I think generally what the LGBTQ community responds to when it comes to blatant and like intentional misgendering of the brand that Ben Shapiro engages in is that it's just wildly disrespectful. And so like I think most people are just asking for like respect.
You hear a lot of that kind of talk in prison.
Matt, would you like to hear exactly what Donovan said?
Sorry, Sammy. Not
Ooh,
you.
I just triggered.
Oh no, you're fine.
No, I'm not. I'm not fucking triggered, Donovan. It would take a lot more than a Donovan to trigger me. But
well, good. Then let's continue along this because if I hit a soft spot, I want to poke at it a little bit. You said what is that supposed to mean? You hear individuals in prison talk a lot about the reason that they poked this person or beat that person is because of the lack of respect. No.
I don't know. I've
never been in prison.
Hold on one second. I don't frequent those spaces and have never really known a lot about it. But I mean, if you want, again, I'm in front of my computer. We can look up statistics.
Oh yeah.
Or
I mean,
do you have
just for the record too? I've never been to prison either, but I can read.
Okay, so what are you reading? What are you reading? That makes that suggestion.
Oh, I'm not reading anything right now. I mean that came up, pretty organically, but you do quite often hear that one of the main reasons, because there's really very little possessions in prison, the reasons that you have violent engagements in prison is generally because of lack of respect, right? Didn't pay back this debt in time, or didn't stand or give the proper respect to X, Y, and Z individual for whatever reason, and then violence ensues. You've never heard that before? It's cliche at this point.
I mean, I don't know. I don't frequent like the prison fucking community interactions and sociology behind prison communities. I don't know if that's a fucking shtick for you, sure. But I want to ask you whether you think the N-word is a racial slur and is it considered hate speech?
Is it a racial slur? Yeah. Is it hate speech? I would have to ask you to define hate speech. Sorry for the debate, bro. I just want to be clear.
Yeah. I mean, in the context that Chud was using it, I want to ask you, do you think him using the N-word was hate speech? And again, I think you can look up your own definition of hate speech. If you want me to do it for you, I will. It's pretty much like, I'll just go off the cuff. It's like threats, harassment. It's like incitement to violence.
Well, threats are fighting words. So a person that receives a threat can, in a lot of cases, I don't know about every state, but a person that receives a threat can sometimes engage at that point because they're perceiving an imminent threat to themselves that they can then take action upon. You're asking. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to clarify the court cases on these fighting words things. So Champlisky versus New Hampshire in 1942 actually is where the fighting words came from. But since then, there has been a narrowing of the term fighting words, Texas v. Johnson being a case, and RAV versus the city of St. Paul being another case. Texas v. Johnson was 89, St. Paul was 92. They actually narrowed this quite a bit. So there would have to be an imminent lawless action attached to it in order to consider them fighting words. So you have to say, I'm going to take you outside and kick your ass, or something to that effect. It would have to be an actual threat with an attachment of imminent violence to the end of it to actually be considered fighting words. Otherwise, the fighting words don't necessarily matter. And I want to say that hate speech is not a crime in and of itself. It is, or hate crimes, I guess. It's not an actual crime or a charge that you can be charged with. It's only something that can be added as an aggravating factor.
So what I'm reading and what I'm understanding is that if you use a slur and if you use it in the form of violence or like as a threat, then that's hate speech, and absolutely you can be prosecuted for that.
I think you're mixing American jurisprudence with European jurisprudence, yes?
I am not. I'm absolutely not. Here, I'll read it to you. In the U.S., the N-word is generally considered a racial slur, and many people would classify it as hate speech or in a social or moral sense. Whether it is legally hate speech is more complicated. The United States does not have a general law banning hate speech, but the First Amendment to the Constitution strongly protects freedom of speech, even offensive speech. So in most situations, simply saying the N-word is not illegal by itself. However, it can be illegal depending on context. For example, if it involves threats or intimidation, harassments in the workplace, incitement to imminent violence, discriminatory conduct tied to housing, employment, etc., or hate crimes where slurs were used during criminal acts. So, no, that's exactly what I just said and exactly what I'm telling you.
Yeah, and that's what I said too. Aggravating. It's an aggravating factor that can be added to another crime.
Correct. I agree with that.
Exactly. So if he just used it and then that elicited violence from another, then his use of violence would simply be self-defense. Correct?
I think maybe in a court of law, if that's true. I don't know exactly what he goes around saying, and that's what I'm trying to dig into a little bit more deeply.
Well, let's assume the worst for the.
I'm sorry.
I got a phone call right there. I said, let's assume the worst for the sake of conversation. Let's say that Chud is an unrepentant douchebag, and he screams the N-word wherever he goes in an attempt to elicit a violent reaction from an individual because he's aware of the political standard operating procedure of one political party in this country.
and he's simply doing it for monetary gain. He's doing it for the clicks. Maybe even for the lulz, but more often than not for the clicks because he wants that money. And in doing so, entices someone to attack him, and at that point, he's simply defending himself. Yes or no?
In the legal sense, I agree with you. Based on legal definition, just him yelling the N-word does not legally bind him to hate speech, unfortunately. I think it's morally apprehensible, but that's a different story.
Yeah, it's usually the scumbags that help out the Constitution. I mean, I've been pointing to Larry Flynt now several times. And while Larry Flynt is a disgusting individual, I think he helped us understand the boundaries of expression and speech back when we didn't have the internet.
All right, so the thing is, was that what Chud was limited to? Was he just walking around saying that word, or was he making any threats?
It's my understanding that he usually films everything that he does, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so it would stand to reason that he's going to stand within the boundaries of the law and leave it to his more violent opponents to do the deed. Reminds me of Cartman, actually.
Is more violent opponents being black people?
I wouldn't say that. I would say angry leftists.
Oh, so all black people are angry leftists?
No. When you
doesn't he go around targeting black people specifically?
Well, obviously, because that's where that word would apply.
Right. So he knows their party affiliation.
I'm not saying. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to clarify. Go ahead. Continue.
Go ahead.
So if he knows that angry leftists, especially being an angry person, that if he can cajole them into violence by using the N-word for content, I think that he can project that he's going to get a lot of content, and that it's only a matter of numbers as to whether or not at some point someone's going to attack him, and he'll get what? Clicks. He'll get rage bait. He'll get engagement, exactly what he wants. And in some cases, he's going to have to defend himself because he's going to be in fear of his person, safety, life, possibly. Right?
Sure. I just think it's weird that you brought in political parties when we're talking about just a racist act. Like, I don't know why.
There are two political parties in this country, right?
Yeah. And you're saying that Chud the Builder is part of the right, right? And that he's targeting the left?
Oh, I wouldn't claim him as part of the right. What I would say is that he obviously is observing standard operating procedures on the part of one political party and understands how to manipulate them. And because they are easily manipulated, Chud is getting a whole bunch of eyeballs.
So you wouldn't necessarily say he's part of the right.
No.
But there's only two political parties that you just brought up.
Right.
So he's on the left trying to trigger the left?
Well, it was the Dems that started the Triple K.
We're really going to that? Okay.
Well, yeah.
Were those Democrats, were those Dixiecrats, were they conservative or progressive in ideology?
Oh, this old gem.
Actually, I don't even want to go down this road. I just think you backed yourself into a corner there. By claiming that this is a party thing, and painting all black people as on the left.
Well, is the SPLC on the left or they're on the right?
I guess they would typically align with the left, right? Because they're like abolitionists, essentially.
Yeah. And do they fund those hate groups that you're objecting to?
They funded informants, apparently.
If the Southern Poverty Law Center sits on the left, that means the hate groups sit on the right, right?
Well, I don't know. I guess that would depend upon whether or not you think that funding someone is endorsement or excoriation.
Well, you just called them hate groups yourself. That would mean that they're on the right, and that'd be because the SPLC is on the left, and the hate groups would inherently have to be on the right.
What I'm saying is that, yeah, if the left is funding hate groups, then I would put those hate groups on the left or that organization on the left.
Right, but we know they weren't.
But the hate groups have to be on the right.
Well, how's that?
Because they're trying to shut down the hate groups.
Huh. Do you suppose they're mad for doing it, or they're mad that they got caught?
For doing what?
For funding hate groups.
No, for trying to shut down. For trying to shut down
millions.
No,
of
to try. They're trying to shut down hate groups, and I don't know where the fuck you get millions of dollars from.
Was it like $3 million?
Yeah, no, that was not included in the charges against the SPLC. As a matter of fact, I think the amount of money that were in the charges accounted to about $13,000.
That's not the number I saw.
And Mojo, isn't there stats flying around too of like how much the SPLC has essentially like, I don't know, sued or recovered, or I don't know what language you use, but essentially like these hate groups, like they'll take them to court, right, and get settlements?
Yeah, they'll use the information that they get through their sources, through paying sources, in order to sue these groups and sue them out of existence. And there are millions of dollars that they have won in settlements from these organizations, settlements and lawsuits.
So you're saying the left has cost. So the left, right, the SPLC is on the left, and they're going after hate groups who are presumably on the right.
Going after by funding them?
Well, I don't know, but they're recovering millions versus spending a couple $1,000s, right? Like Mojo just said. I don't recall ever seeing a number.
My number was the number that I saw was 3 million. But
but you have to.
I guess what I'm having trouble with is that it's kind of hard to destroy something by funding it. Right?
Well, I think they sued just one case alone. I think they got like a $23 million settlement or something.
Yeah, I don't think they ever have been paid for that yet, but that sounds about right. $23 million. And Donovan, I want to say that you have to look at the actual charges that they brought out against the SPLC. It's like $13,000. I don't know where. Yeah, the wire fraud charges, they're like $13,000. I don't know where you're getting the millions of dollars.
Yeah, they often prosecute organized crime with charges like wire fraud.
Okay, and again, that equals up to about $13,000. So where the fuck are you getting these millions of dollars from?
Are you asking me to cite my source, Mojo?
It'd be nice if you could cite a source that shows millions of dollars, since that was your claim.
Oh, and Mojo, the 13,000 is just specifically for the wire communications.
And that's what they're charged with.
Was there any? Got 2 phone calls twice.
Was there any money? Was there any money attached to any of the other charges?
I'm reading back through the thing now because there's money mentioned within the affidavit, but not. Hold on, I'm reading through the charges now. No other money is mentioned in the charges other than it's specifically $13,905 in the wire communications.
The SPLC was indicted by a federal grand jury with charges of wire fraud, bank fraud, and money laundering conspiracy. The 11-count indictment alleges that the SPLC secretly funneled more than $3 million in donor funds to informants associated with violent extremist groups, including the KKK and neo-Nazis.
Where's the $3 million? Where is this justified at?
Specific claims. The indictment notes that one individual affiliated with the National Alliance was paid more than $1 million over 9 years, while another individual involved in planning the 2017 Charlotte Unite the Right rally received approximately $270,000. That was from the BBC.
And where are the charges for these? This amount of money. Where are the charges for this?
Let's see. BBC U.S. files fraud charges against Southern Poverty Law Center. BBC article was April 22nd, 2026. It states that the SPLC sent more than $270,000 to a person who helped plan and attend the Charlotte Unite the Right rally.
Yeah, but where is that in the charges? Where is that in the charges?
Okay, Mojo.
Look at the charges.
Feed you information. Okay.
Yeah, look at the charges.
Isn't the indictment like 14 pages? It shouldn't be that hard.
I'm not going to read a fucking legal document on a goddamn political panel. You asked for a source.
Fucking serious?
I sent you the BBC.
Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is that you're talking about money that has nothing to do with the charges that were against them.
So, well, actually, Mojo, so at the very beginning of the counts, it does say that the facts set out in paragraphs 1 through 16 are fully incorporated into these accounts. So they're technically incorporating the money that they listed throughout the affidavit into the counts and not just the $13,000.
Yeah, but
I have another question.
The counts included 13,000. How can you incorporate any more money if the actual charges only accumulate $13,000? They use specific numbers.
New York Post did an article too, but you don't want a New York Post article. Published April 21st, 2026. DOJ charges SPLC with fraud for paying white supremacist, groups, quote, $3 million to, quote, stoke racial hatred. You guys don't like the New York Post, though. They're a little sensational.
Okay, so but are you alleging that the $3 million is what they spent in like payments to the, because like a payment to an informant is not anything that you can be charged with.
No. If you remember, this is all from an objection of putting Chud on the right. I wasn't comfortable. Man, I'm just getting tired of these phone calls. I said that he could possibly be on the left. It doesn't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know his political affiliations. I'm just saying he seems very familiar with the standard operating procedures of angry leftists.
That's so deeply unserious, I'm not even going to engage with it.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, we all... This whole thing is unserious. We all know the SPC. We all know
that Chud was born at the SPLC.
you and I have a galaxy bet on this, right?
Oh, as to whether or not they're going to get
whether anybody's actually convicted or not.
Going to jail. Yeah. Well, wait, do they have to be convicted or go to jail? I'm fine with any conviction. It doesn't have to be jail.
I was fine with any conviction too. If you can get any convictions out of this particular case, I'll give you a galaxy. If there are no convictions, by the time the case is wrapped up, then you owe me a galaxy.
And just for the sake of specificity, plea deals, do they count? Yes or no?
No.
Plea deals don't count?
No, they have to be convictions. There were convictions. Wait, I wrote this shit down somewhere.
Wait, pleading guilty is a fucking conviction, Mojo.
Donovan bet Galaxy me no convictions. SPLC. The bet was made on 5/10. I have it on video at 3 hours and 20 minutes into the video, so I can go look it up and see exactly what it was. But it's specifically convictions and no plea deals or not because ABC pled out and gave $15 million to the Trump library. Because it was going to be cheaper to do that than it was going to be to actually fight the case.
Doesn't sound
also,
like the SPLC is short on funds there, Mojo. If they have so many to give to the Grand Wizard.
I would just like to point out that within the affidavit, it says that they funneled more than $3 million, but when you actually add up all the different amounts, even including the separate 13,000, it doesn't exceed $2 million.
And is there notation anywhere about it being like these are funded directly to the informant? So it's personal payments, correct?
Every single one is talking about to an informant.
Right. So this is a personal payment.
Exactly.
So it wouldn't be going to the organization because then it would give up their position as an informant.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
So by definition, they can't be funding the organization. They're funding a person.
Is the Southern Poverty Law Center a law enforcement organization?
No, it's an organization set up to take down hate groups and to track and take down hate groups.
I'm sorry, isn't that what law enforcement does?
Maybe criminally, this is legally.
Well, yeah, this would be civilly. I guess this would be civilly.
Okay. Wow. All right. Did you say criminally versus legally? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean that's how the SPLC does it. They find out like material fact about these things and then take these groups to court. Yes.
Yeah. So I think it would be civilly rather than legally. Would be the.
I mean, yes, they're using a legal apparatus. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but a civil legal apparatus instead of a criminal legal apparatus. Yes. Okay.
So what you're saying is they pay people to I guess to infiltrate these groups and then what? Get them to admit to some type of discrimination so that law firm can go after whatever organization monetarily. Is that what you're saying?
That sounds about right.
Huh. These hate groups, they don't engage in any type of violence or anything like that, right?
The hate groups themselves, they do.
Right. I mean, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that that's what they do. That's why they're hate groups. If not, it would just be a spicy chess club, right? So I guess my question is, this is law enforcement's job, and the SPLC, it doesn't pass the smell test as to why the SPLC would be doing this unless, again, they were trying to increase the supply of these types of organizations by watering them, similar to what you would do to
because law enforcement does not bring civil cases. The SPLC brings civil cases.
And Donovan, how long has the SPLC been working with the FBI?
How long has the SPLC been working with the FBI?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh, probably since the early 70s, late 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's when they would refer like a criminal act, right?
Yeah. Is it the same people that has been working with the FBI since the late 60s and early 70s? Is it all the same people? Or is it possibly a different, organization, ship of thieves kind of thing?
Like, are you saying there's like been a change of leadership since the 60s at the SPLC?
Well, clearly, if they're willing to fund these organizations, then yeah, clearly.
Well, didn't we just clarify that they're not funding the organizations, they're funding individuals?
Aren't all organizations made up of individuals?
Right, that money isn't going to the organization.
Yeah, but
listen, if you pay an individual, in a lot of cases, maybe except for journalists or maybe not journalists, I don't know. But if you fund someone, do you expect to have control over those people that you're funding?
Wait, if I were to give one of your apprentices an extra $50 if they can come out and help me faster than the next customer, and you're obviously not going to get that extra $50. This is only going to your apprentice. Am I funding you? Or am I funding your apprentice?
The apprentice.
Yeah. So
yeah, you'd get fired for it too.
Yeah. So they're not funding and this person that the SPLC was funding would probably get fired and possibly even unalived for doing what they did, or certainly get led to some sort of violent outcome. But they were funding an individual in an organization, not the organization itself, just like I would be funding your apprentice and not you.
I guess in that instance, the question becomes exactly who are they funding, the apprentice or the master?
They were funding the apprentice. They were funding the employee to get information on the actual organization so that they could file civil lawsuits.
That is what that side is alleging.
That's what the case alleges.
Well, no, they're saying the case is saying that they funded the organization, and you're attempting to separate.
Wait, there is nowhere in there that they say they
from the organization.
No, all this money went to individuals. It never went to the organizations themselves. The lawsuit says that.
Exactly
the suit
what I'm
says
saying that you're doing, attempting to separate this funding from the organization itself to an individual that I guess allegedly is what was the word you used? An informant?
Yeah, that's what the indictment says.
Yeah, the indictment says that they're funding the organization.
No, it says they're funding. They specifically name individuals that are getting the funds, not the organization itself.
I understand funds need a place to land.
Yeah, usually in an organization, if you're going to fund an organization, you fund the fucking organization. You don't fund an individual that works for the organization.
Why use fictitious bank accounts and shell companies?
To hide it, to make sure that these people don't come to violent ends?
To hide it from who?
From the organizations that you are investigating?
Because those organizations have access to bank records?
I would imagine that they
likely
could.
That the attempt... Wait a minute. Isn't it much more reasonable to assume that the reason that they needed to hide that information wasn't from those organizations who didn't have any investigational acumen, but to hide it from the authorities who did have the ability to go through bank records? I mean, this is kind of easy. I don't understand why you're not seeing this.
If they hid it from the authorities, how do the authorities have access to the information?
This is how investigative powers work, Mojo.
You think they got warrants to search these bank accounts in these corporations?
They probably had an actual whistleblower, Mojo. If I were going to speculate, yeah, a real whistleblower.
So you think they had warrants?
Not a law firm trying to pick people to
don't
part-time schnazzies.
So you don't think these corporations filed taxes every year on the money that they were spending and where the money was going?
They do. Absolutely. And I'm sure that whistleblower was armed with some information, more than likely from within the SPLC.
Okay, see, now you're making a big assumption that there was a whistleblower because nowhere in this particular case was a whistleblower mentioned.
I guess we'll see. Can't wait to see this hash out in the courts. I hope it's public.
I do as well. I mean, the lack of convictions will be just another failure by the Trump administration.
Oh, yeah, he's failing so hard.
Do you know you're up here?
Hey, Paul Joseph Watson just put out a new video 17 minutes ago.
Hold on, Brendan.
Fuck that guy.
You'll never guess the title.
Hold on, Donovan. Jesus fucking Christ. Echo, are you aware that you're up here? I just don't want you to get caught on a hot mic. You're a beloved Gulag member.
No, actually, I'm on a job installing some glass right now, so you can drop me down.
Okay.
Do you want to hang out up here? You're totally welcome. I just wanted to make sure it was intentional.
No, that's fine. I'll just listen from the gulag.
All right.
You could also mute here and hang.
That's okay. Mm-hmm. It's okay. He doesn't come up very often.
I feel like that made him. I just want the.
No. He doesn't come up very often. He's done this a couple times before where he'll butt dial. He'll butt dial into the panel.
Yes, I like the new picture.
Oh, thank you. I mean, arguably the boobs are better than they are in real person, but it is what it is.
What?
You heard what I said.
Whoops.
Whoops. I don't know what the whoops was for. Oh, we got no conservatives.
What's your whoops, Donovan? What's your whoops?
No comment. So, yeah, he just put out a new video.
No, you should comment, and I'm going to make you comment.
1 hour
and then
ago.
I'm going to stop conversation until you comment.
I just did not expect you to hear you talking about your boobs. That's all. Let's see. Yeah, so Paul Joseph Watson just put out another video 1 hour ago. It's already got 25,000 views. And it is titled, is it We Cannot Tolerate This? Oh, we changed the title. Oh. Dang it. Trump also reacted to the release of the autopsy of the 2024 election. Good times. Can't wait to watch that.
The Dems put out the autopsy, right?
It was leaked.
Yeah, but it's the Dem autopsy, right?
Yes. Yeah, I was saying when I first came up, I actually watched David Hogg comment on it. David Hogg has such a unique perspective, and it's starting to grow on me.
What,
hey, real
can
quick.
you give us an example of that unique perspective that you love so
Donovan?
much?
Yes.
Donovan, if it was leaked, then why is PBS reporting Democratic National Committee Chair Ken Martin released a critical study of the party's performance in the 2024 campaign on Thursday?
Well, because if you've been seeing the kerfuffle behind its release over the last few weeks, I mean, for a while there, they were saying that there wasn't any. There was no autopsy of the Dems' performance in 2024, and now all of a sudden, and then they were going to release it, and then all of a sudden, this Ken person, did he release it with the blessing and the permission of the DNC?
He's the DNC chair.
Stand by.
Did you read it?
No, like I said, I saw David Hogg's take on it. Somebody asked me why they thought David Hogg. No, it says right here. Forbes. Hold on. Forbes released 3 hours ago. 46,000 views just in. Trump reacts to the findings in the leaked DNC 2024 autopsy report. So take it up with Forbes, I suppose.
Yeah, well, PBS says read the DNC's full post-election autopsy for the 2024 campaign at 12:18 p.m. today.
Okay, again, do I need to repeat myself? No,
but you
So
probably
you read a headline and you got excited.
What?
Yeah, Axios said that they finally released the autopsy as well. That the Democrats actually released it.
Let's see.
Martin previously indicated he wasn't releasing the analysis of the party's losses to focus on the 2026 midterms. Democrats are still debating and arguing over what went wrong and trying to find a way forward. Many point to former President Biden's decision to run for re-election. The report doesn't significantly delve into those issues. Martin released the report, but simultaneously issued a statement distancing himself from its conclusion. I'm not proud of this product. It does not meet my standards, and it won't meet your standards. When he saw the report last fall, he concluded it wasn't ready for prime time, not even close. The report contained errors and lacks a concluding section of what went wrong. So he did release the report. It wasn't leaked.
No conclusion, huh?
Well, he did release the report. It wasn't leaked.
Well, all the information that I'm seeing, they're using, including Forbes magazine.
Oh, holy fuck! It's 192 goddamn pages.
CNN is kind of vacillating here and there.
It's 192 fucking pages. Holy shit!
Yeah, there's no way I'm parsing through all of this milquetoast bullshit rhetoric. I'm sorry. I'm just.
Holy fuck!
Maybe I'll read it tonight while I'm listening to you guys argue.
This is 192 pages. This is ridiculous.
Quote, after last November's massive Democratic wins, I don't want to create a distraction. But by not putting the report out, I ended up creating an even bigger distraction. For that, I sincerely apologize. With full transparency, I am releasing the report as we received it in its entirety, unedited and unabridged. It does not meet my standards, and it won't meet your standards, but I'm doing this because people need to be able to trust the Democrat Party and trust our word. Wow.
Yeah, what was Hogg's takedown of it? Because that sounds okay to me. I mean, that's a good statement. People want to know where it was at, and he's releasing it, even though they were still working on it or were planning on releasing it at all. I mean, usually that's an internal document. That's not something that needs to be released to the public.
Is it though? I mean, if you're going to release it to party members, you can't really expect them to keep it a secret.
Did they release it to party members? I don't know who they released it to before this.
They released it to CNN, according to this article.
Yeah, that was today or whenever it was.
3 hours ago.
On purpose.
Hey, Mojo. And the actual annotations, as I'm just like kind of scrolling through this and stuff like that, it actually says that this document reflects the views of the author, not the DNC. The DNC was not provided with the underlying sourcing, interviews, or supporting data for many of the assertions contained herein, and therefore cannot independently verify the claims presented.
Wow, that's interesting.
Charlie Yankee Alpha.
who's the author?
Oh, that's right here. Hold on.
It better not be Steele.
No.
Come on. You're supposed to laugh at that.
No, that was funny. There are two Steels, though. There's the Steel that used to be the RNC chair that's on MS Now all the time, and then there's the one that did the release about the peeing on Trump.
Okay, well, that's the Steele I was talking about, obviously.
Oh, Rivera. Yeah, Rivera declined to comment after publication of the story, the release of the autopsy. Martin told DNC staff that Rivera was no longer associated with the committee, according to a person familiar with the matter. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the name of the guy who wrote it.
Yeah, Rivera is the name of the guy who wrote it.
Yeah.
And no longer affiliated with the committee. I don't know. I guess that makes sense. That's a good disclaimer, just in case there's something not factual in there or something.
Because already on page 10, it says, and 270,607 votes across 4 states decided the presidency, but they annotated that says numbers appear inaccurate based on public data.
Yeah, so as far as David Hogg, I don't know if you knew that is Sammy, but he was, I think, went to one of the schools where there was a mass pew-pewing event, but he wasn't actually there. And then he got some notoriety, made a bunch of money, and I think he's in his last year of Yale or Harvard, one of the two. But last year he ran for a seat at the DNC, and he got vice chair, which everybody was so stoked because David Hogg is such a young firebrand, really adamantly 2A, I will say. And then shortly after David won, I guess he pinned fundraising information to his website instead of the DNC website. That started a kerfuffle. And then he mentioned that the DNC needs new blood. I think one of the great quotes he said was, "We need people who are willing to meet the moment." And the DNC gagged his ass and then shot him out of the party, which was really funny.
Yeah, so he was saying that we needed younger candidates and we needed more progressive candidates, and he was willing to primary every Democrat, and they weren't willing to do that.
Yep.
That's where the
disagreement. And Hogg went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think he was there on the day in question. Just to be clear.
I think that's true. Either way, he was part of the movement to get rid of guns, or at least get them more regulated. So he got kind of famous doing that because he was pretty good at public speaking. I like the guy. I liked his ideas. I think he was correct in asserting that we should throw a more progressive candidate every single primary. Absolutely should. If they win, they win. If they don't, they don't. But they should all be primaried.
Exactly. I agree. So here's what David did, now that we've all set the table for who David is. What he did was, when it came out in his opening for the video that he did, I thought was really clever. Like, someone whispered into his ear that it was leaked, and he was like, whoa, what? So he did the F command function and looked for keywords. Because again, it was long, right? What did you see? 1,400 pages, something like that?
No, just 100. It's 192.
Oh, 192 pages. What? I thought it was more than that. Anyhow, he did the command
No,
F.
it's 192.
Okay. So he did the command F for keywords like Gaza and Israel. It didn't find any answers. And he was pretty upset about that. So then he went to the conclusion. He was looking for the conclusion, and there was no conclusion.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I made that joke about the conclusion was that Kamala Harris was a moron. And then I said, I'm just joking. There was no conclusion.
I love that you make yourself laugh. Actually, that is interesting that they wouldn't ever have. It's interesting. It's a solid joke. That now he's just saying my joke is funny. What the fuck? I think it's interesting that they didn't talk about Israel, Gaza. That's kind of weird. That was a pretty big factor, I think.
So you agree with David then?
I do.
But do you know why there's no conclusion?
Because more than one person would get fired.
Because it wasn't provided by the author.
Correct.
Why wasn't it provided by the author? Because more than one person would get fired.
I think primarily the author would have been the one that actually would have been fired for this. Just looking through all of this, it looks like they just didn't do the complete fucking job. Like, the end of it has a sources section, but I mean, whoever eventually went through this earmarked and started to be like, you need to provide a link to this claim. You need to provide a link to this claim. There's no link to this claim either. This is all kind of anecdotal. And at the very end, it literally just says, empirical claims in the DNC after action report are based on publicly available evidence and are accompanied by a hyperlink to evidence supporting the claim. None of that exists in this report. So whoever did it didn't fucking do it.
Which is crazy that almost 2 years in, that they...
Yeah, because even in here on one page it says a note to self-funders. The wealthy and powerful have always sought to control our country, generally through proxies, but occasionally seek office themselves. And when they run, they usually self-finance their campaigns. Self-financing candidates are often unsuccessful, frequently facing attacks for trying to buy public office. Like,
yeah, this is
that makes no sense.
Yeah, this is not complete. Like, this is not.
No, it's not.
Evidently so.
So are you parsing through it?
Yeah.
Good.
I don't know that it matters. I still come up with my same conclusions. The reason we lost was because lack of mail-in voting, making it a lot harder to vote in other states because of the bomb threats, because of the snipers on the roofs, because of the Israel war, and there were people that were against it, and the Democratic Party didn't say much about it at all, if anything. I think all of those things were contributing factors. I think the short time frame she had was a contributing factor. I think that debate performance was a contributing factor. I mean, all of these things are pretty, I don't know, sensible reasons.
You think the DNC maybe should have moved towards, I don't know, intoning the 25th and cloaking Kamala Harris in the raiments of the presidency?
No, I think,
that would have been a good idea.
I don't think so. I think the first time that we used the 25th would have been bad to use on Biden, especially at the very end of his term, just to get a jump forward. I think that would have looked really bad.
You're breaking up real bad, Mojo.
Sorry. Rock's out in the kitchen.
Yeah, I thought it was me.
Yeah, I think that extra legitimacy would have pushed her over the finish line. But I will also say, in my observations, the best way to make someone on the red team mad is to lie to them, and the best way to make someone on the blue team mad is to tell them the truth.
It's funny that you say that because you love to be lied to. You proved me wrong on all sorts of shit. You said this was leaked. I don't know. You didn't seem to get mad to find out that it wasn't.
I said that Forbes said it was leaked, and there are other outlets saying, very legitimate outlets, that are saying that it was leaked. I directed you to the video from Forbes when it came out and how many viewers it had. Do you want me to show it to you on my screen? I mean, what more do you want?
You don't seem too upset that you were lied to.
Well, I don't know that I was. I don't know if you've seen this. Sometimes they tend to get out in front of things. I think that's the term that they use.
I'll even agree with Donovan here. In all honesty, with how incomplete this fucking report is, I would not be shocked if this is just the DNC getting in front of an actual leak that happened. But I mean, fuck, we don't know. We have no idea.
I'm sure they don't want another Seth Rich on their hands.
Who?
God, it's so fucking gross.
Mojo knows exactly what I'm talking about, and there's so many people in the audience right now that are like, "What did he just say?"
Seth Rich was somebody that was killed in D.C. And was the beginning of the Clinton murder list.
I think T-Rap got it. But someone else earlier objected to, like you know the inner workings of the DNC. You don't know how they work. And I told her to Google CrowdStrike. But I'm not going to say anything more on that, Mojo, I promise. I'm sorry.
The company? The IT company?
Yes, CrowdStrike.
Why would we need to Google CrowdStrike?
Claire wanted me to tell you all that I'm a former Democrat. That just made her smile.
Okay,
where were we?
Confused as to how CrowdStrike came into this.
She said it's dementia.
It's dementia? Did you have a stroke, sir?
That's what she said. And that, I know that sounded like Sterling Archer. That's not how I meant it to sound.
I don't know who Sterling Archer is.
Okay.
From an animated TV show called Archer.
Yeah. Who's the guy from The Office that always says, "That's what she said"? That's what. Yeah. I wasn't trying to make it sound like that. I was telling you that that's exactly what she said. It just came out odd.
Okay. That would be why I don't know who Sterling Archer is. No cartoon Mojo. I don't watch cartoons.
Well, it's not really a kid's cartoon there, Mojo.
Doesn't matter what it is.
But no, I did. You asked me if I had a stroke. The answer is no.
Okay.
She thinks it's dementia, though.
Yeah. Just wondering if you got a Fetterman pulled on you. Because you sure became a neocon pretty quick. Let's go to war all over the world.
Yeah, I don't know that that's war. But we were. Wait, there was something else we were talking about.
See, you don't mind being lied to because you'll just make up some sort of excuse or tie a couple red strings together to justify it in some way, shape, or form. So you get lied to on a daily basis, Donovan, but somehow you just, I don't know, connect a couple dots somewhere and make it seem right in your head. It's crazy.
I'm fine with extrapolating. There's lots of.
I got you.
That's half of political punditry is extrapolation, like trying to make predictions on where a particular party is going to go.
Yeah, I'd say that's typical of the right wing. They just go ahead and pretzel themselves up to try and justify something that was done that they absolutely disagree with, and they're good with that. So they're absolutely okay with being lied to because when they're lied to, they will just make excuses for why they were lied to.
Yeah, I think it's adorable that you're objecting to me making a prediction, and if the prediction is wrong, that counts as being lied to. Hey, Mojo, what was the percentage that Hillary Clinton was going to beat Donald Trump in 2016? Wait.
It was approximately 3.4% plus or minus in the polls. Somebody came out with an article that said she has a 90% chance of winning, but that was not an actual poll. Just so you know that.
You know, I actually watched the Michael Moore video about the post-election results just the other day, and it was so nostalgic. And he pointed out the fact that on election night that the Fox pundits were relieved that they would not have to defend this man for 4 years. It was so funny. Like going back and looking at some of this kind of stuff. No, nobody thought that Trump was going to win, Mojo. You saying it's plus or minus 3% is ridiculous.
It was. That's what the actual polls said. That's what the polls said. The polls were plus or minus 3.
If cashing was a thing at the time, and you put down $100 bet, you'd have made $100,000.
Well, maybe. I mean, there were a lot of Dems out there that had high hopes, but the polls actually said that they were neck and neck, and it was a plus or minus 3.4% or something like that. The polls were really good, and they were accurate. If you look back at the polls that were the last polls right before the election, they were actually correct. They were within the margin of error.
I'm sure I couldn't pull up a video of every single person in Washington, right and left, laughing about the idea of Donald Trump being president in 2015.
I'm pretty sure you could never pull up a video that shows every single person in Washington. That is correct.
Interesting. Yeah, okay, Mojo. No problem.
I just went on what you said.
Right. Yeah. Everybody that was important at the time. Nancy Pelosi, Dick Durbin, George Clooney, everybody was saying.
George Clooney, I love that you had fucking George Clooney in there. That's fucking hilarious.
There's a reason I added George Clooney in there, because if you remember, it was George Clooney's letter after the debate that was largely attributed.
Why not Soros? Why didn't you add Soros in there?
Okay. Do you remember the letter?
So do you think it was just solely George Clooney's letter? His apparently strongly worded letter like Chuck Schumer likes to send out.
That got Biden removed from office?
No, from the ballot.
Oh, from his continued candidacy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do I think it was mostly that letter? I think it had a lot to do with it. Yeah. I think George Clooney has a lot.
That's not what she asked. That's not what she asked. She asked if it was only
ridiculous.
Oh wait, maybe that is what you asked. Maybe I misheard. Sammy, is that what you asked? If it was just a letter?
Yeah, if it was just George Clooney's strongly worded letter.
Okay. Yeah, I misheard.
No.
Or could it have been how the actual debate went?
I would attribute a lot of that to Biden's goon babble. You know, he did defeat Medicare, you know.
You know, it's funny because they're eating the cats and the dogs didn't bring down Donald Trump, did it?
Yeah, I deserve that. That was a good move. I would have said geese.
He didn't say geese.
Geese are good.
I would have said geese.
Were they? I don't know if that's true either. I've never looked at the geese thing.
I was trying to make his live pull down.
You know there is an actual season for geese, right?
Yeah.
But God, I don't know that there is in Colorado, because I swear to God, like every other fucking morning I hear some shots ringing out for all the damn geese that hang around here.
There is. I'm sure.
I hear shots too, but I'm pretty sure they're for different reasons.
I know they're not in my area. I live out in the country. So I'm sure if they're shooting at an animal. And probably geese, because that would be the time of morning that all the geese are waking up and you can hear them squawking all over the place. After they bedded down in some field somewhere. All right. I guess I'm bored. I'm going to take a break for a little bit. Maybe come back up later. CS isn't even here. I don't know what the fuck she's doing. And we're really not talking about much. So. And nobody else is requesting up. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
See you, Mojo.
Bye.
Sound good.
And he wasn't even, Carruthers wasn't even asking for a vacation or his sentence to be overturned or a retrial based on this. He was simply asking for a stage so that it could be litigated whether the DNA should be tested or not. There's no reason to not make sure that you're getting it fucking right. Like, that's just cruel.
Maybe that's why the governor stated, the Innocence Project, nope, they're incredible.
I mean, yeah, that's so necessary. But if the governor stated because of that, I think that, like, I'm glad it happened, but that makes it even worse because you were like, all right, let's try and see if we can get it done. And then when it starts going on, like, where were you 12 hours ago when you had that same information? I have heat for that.
Have you ever wanted to be a criminal attorney, DP?
No. I want to stay out of jail. You mean criminal defense attorney? Got you. I think it's interesting. I think I could be persuasive, and I like the idea of injecting reasonable doubt, like figuring out how that works. But
That was a
love you. Glad you stopped in.
terrible choice of words considering what we're talking about.
What
You
did I
said
say? I wasn't
injecting,
listening.
injecting.
That's very true. That's a good catch. But I would also there would be a heavy burden there, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
While being professional, and you have to be a little distant, like knowing that the wrong person is in jail, like, I don't know. It's bothersome.
Yeah, I don't know.
Those people
how...
need vigorous, capable defense, so.
Yeah, I remember. So I did an internship with some lawyers in downtown Charleston, and they were DAs who then
Listen,
band
I'm
together.
sure they're very intelligent. Don't call them that.
They were DAs who then became defense attorneys. So I guess they had gotten disillusioned and they, whatever, I don't know. But they were some of the angriest, most unhappy people that I think I had ever been around. They're the reasons why I did not go to law school, because I did a little smidgen of an internship around them. And I'm like, these guys are miserable. They're miserable human beings. And they were doing good work. They were defense attorneys and, they were, working for marginalized communities, sometimes not for much money or whatever, but they just were not
super satisfying.
Yeah, but they were just angry. They were just upset and just didn't seem, but they were just curmudgeons. And I don't know.
That's kind of odd, but you have to consider, like, the kind of law that I practice is not inherently adversarial. Like, we're all working toward kind of a beautiful outcome if we can get there. But criminal law is pretty adversarial. It's adversarial by nature. And so if you're always on guard, you're always thinking you're going to get screwed over. You always think you're going into a fight. Like, I wonder, like, what mental toll that has, maybe. But it's also like you're chasing your money, and that's hard because defense is not always cheap, right? And when you're assessing these fees and like what you're charging and whatever, and that's why the justice system is a little imbalanced when it comes to like what your financial resources can afford. Like when you're at the beginning of the case and you're putting your retainer down or requiring your client's retainer, once you sign on to a case, you're pretty much on the case. So if it goes over what you've charged or whatever and the people are out of money, what do? Most courts are not just going to let you walk away, especially depending on how far you are in the process. And it's.
So I'll give you a little bit of a quote just to it just bounced back to my mind. The attorney that I interned under, he looked at me. I was 16 years old. I was I think I was a sophomore, junior in high school. I think I was a junior, probably 17. I was a young high schooler. But anyways, he looked at me and he said, "When you get in trouble, and you will get in trouble, you need to call me." I'm like, oh shit. I'm
like exuding confidence and positivity.
Right?
I love it.
Right? I was like, okay, I'm out. I'm done. Like, yeah. And I mean, he said it he was just as serious as could be when he said those words to me as a 16-year-old intern. And I'm like, wow, okay.
But that's every call he gets, right?
Right. Yep. That's true. Yeah, I mean, maybe he was just trying to look out, I don't know. And
that's
he
why
probably
I think
thought,
if you can diversify your practice, it's really a privilege.
And I did tell him I saw an ambulance on the way one time. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm a few minutes late. Like, there was an ambulance. He's like, did you get out and give them my card? And I'm like, oh my God, are you serious? Like, that's another quote from him.
Yeah. If I find out somebody I know has a personal injury claim and they went to somebody else before they came to see me, I get pissed.
So that's just the kind of mindset. I know you're in the field. You've met those.
It's a dog eat dog world. Like it is
Yep.
I took a class. It was one of those 1 hour like credit like miscellaneous classes in law school. It's called rainmaking, and it's how to make your business lucrative. It's how to make it rain, because it is. You have these major mega firms that come in, and they're. I had a client who one of the national personal injury firms that most people know. The same name or it has the name and the same name, and they took their claim to them, and it was a decent claim. It was an okay claim, but they literally said this isn't going to yield X amount of dollars, so it's not worth our time. Like, go somewhere else. So when you're fighting with those people as a local practitioner or a small firm, like it's tough because they have the name recognition, good or bad.
Wow, Scott is coming hard for you in the chat. He said, "Be a real estate attorney so you don't
Oh my
have
God,
to do
Beth!
anything."
How did you know? Beth,
No,
that's
he's just
surprising
straight,
that you got that. Is your last name
straight
Morgan?
chilling, DP.
Scott,
Straight chilling.
yeah. The most intense part of Scott's day is whether he wants his chair all the way extended or if he wants to slink down for a little bit. So I don't hear those opinions.
What's going on, JoJo? Let's rabble. Let's get this conversation going. What you want to talk about, JoJo?
No, I'm not on billboards. I would love to put my face up there, though.
I've had a busy day, honestly, at work. We did homeless.
Productive?
We did homeless outreach this whole morning, and now I'm just finishing up on notes. So
is it warm there?
It's hot. It is. It was like cloudy, and it did rain for a minute, but now the sun's out.
I can imagine that's exhausting mentally and physically.
Yeah, but it's rewarding as well. To an extent.
No, I get it. I'm being a dick because that's the mood I'm in today. That's like how many clients or how much like persons will be contacted in like a typical outreach for you all?
So the county that I go to for it, I work in 6 counties, but we only did 1 county today, and I only.
This is starting to sound awfully braggy.
No, it's not at all. Trust me. No, I work in 5 actually, not all 6, 5.
Okay.
But one of them we went to today. I only got 2 connected to. Well, 1 connected to services. The other one said he was interested, but then he never answered his phone. So.
But this isn't like handing out a bottle of water or something. This is actually like intense.
Yeah, it's handing out a bottle of water, hygiene kits, food, and also getting them connected to services.
Very cool.
Yep, and Texas arson.
Very cool. What are the rest of you bums done today? Y'all haven't done anything but sit on TikTok.
So I have
Like
been
dirty liberals.
packing for my weekend trip. We are going on a little trip for our anniversary weekend this weekend. So I have been.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thanks. I am packing my pantry because it's either going to go bad or we're going to eat it over the weekend. So I'm one of those packers that like, well, not the whole thing, but like, anything
What do
that's
you have
open.
that goes bad in a pantry?
Well, like cereal, crackers, like the snacky type stuff that's like, it's either going to go in the trash because we won't be back for 4 days or it's going with us.
I mean, that's
So,
fair. I mean, I have 5 curmudgeons in and out of a pantry like 28 times a day, so it's a little bit different. So I guess that's valid.
yeah. So I literally
And the light
like,
is on the whole time. They couldn't find a light switch if it meant like saving their father and mother.
oh, you could get those. This could help you with your electric bill. Get those
Don't you have
little
a motion
activated
sensor for that?
get those activated lights for your, and you could
I
just
can't
glue them,
stand
stick
y'all.
them.
So we have some of those. We also have motion activated like controllers, like outlets that I bought them probably, I don't know, 18, 20 months ago. We'll get them installed soon.
Priorities.
Life is lifing, okay? I don't know. Yeah, it's terrible. It's crazy. It's this big, beautiful life.
It is honestly like the best thing you can do for your pantry.
I believe that.
Yeah, in fact, I'm looking at mine right now and I'm like, I should probably do that because I don't see as well in the dark now that I'm like over 40. Like something changes when you hit 40 with your eyeballs, you know?
Emotionally, and it sucks.
Hmm. Like driving at night, like who does that?
I've told this
Young
story
people.
a few times, but those are the people that scare me driving at night because I like other people not to be in my lane. But I've told this story a few times, but I had LASIK over a decade ago. It was amazing. Best decision to do it again, hands down. But I noticed last year, I guess, my vision started, like, it wasn't sharp. And it was just that frustrating, annoying stage where, like when you first wake up and rub your eyes or whatever, like it felt like that, just like a softer version of that, but all day. So, hey, thank you, Arson, my guy. So I went back to the eye surgeon that I got the LASIK from, and I was like, hey, fuck. And he's like, we could just do a touch up. And I was like, great, let's do it. Sign me up. So went in, did the touch up, came out, and they did it this time. Apparently, when they did the revision, they do one eye where you can see nearsighted, one eye where you can see farsighted, the other eye. That fucked me up, but that was, I trust my physicians. They were like, your eyes, your brain will adjust. Eventually, it'll be weird at first, but it'll
I've
adjust.
heard this before.
Yeah. Well, my left eye for like 2 weeks after, and it was only supposed to take like a day or two to clear up. Well, Scott, it is weird. Okay, I'm almost done. But it's supposed to take a day or two to clear up. Well, 10 days, 14 days later, like I am miserable. I feel like the haze in my eye has gotten worse exponentially to the point where I work in front of a monitor most of the day, became impossible. Like it started making me very frustrated and angry. Like it was affecting my personal life, it was affecting my work life, like income, everything. So I finally went back like the third follow up, and it was like 3.5 weeks later. They were like, well, we just got around. I was like, this is not fucking working. Something is not right. It's not working. Let's fix it. Don't be scared, Scott. It is the best decision you can make. And there's a different version now it's not LASIK. It's I'll look it up and tell you, but it's supposed to be like a more a less harsh procedure. But even with this story I'm telling you now, I'd do it 100 times over. So finally,
PRK,
after that,
I think it is.
What'd you say? You PRK?
I think that's it.
That sounds familiar. But even now, so 3 weeks after I go back, I'm like, it's not right or whatever. They look, and so LASIK is where they cut the eyelid, the flip open, zip the laser on your iris, and the flap back over. Well, evidently, very common when they put the flap back over, some debris, and I'm not talking like dirt, whatever, like maybe dust, I don't know, some debris had gotten trapped under it. And so that was what was preventing me from seeing and making it so bad for those 3 weeks. I I'm the same way in public that I am on here. Like I'm very, like I'm who I am, right? But I don't get intense or angry. I laid into them. I was like, where the fuck has this information been the last 4 times you looked at my eye when I told you that I couldn't see? And you're like, I got mad because it had affected me. So they just did they had to fire up the LASIK machine for me that day. They cut it back open, they irrigated it, put it closed. I've been perfect since. But this whole story, no one ever told me when I started on Zepbound that it would, while you're on it, it could affect your vision. Just a little bit, makes it blurry. So my GLP-2, I never needed the second surgery. I never needed the touch-up. But no one ever told me that my vision was related to this weight loss shot.
And that's why siloing
Still mad about it.
different types of specialties without having them communicate, it sucks. It's the wrong approach, I think.
That's valid. That's very valid. I'd never considered that perspective, but it's wild. So, Scott, the difference in the two, I'm not a medical professional, but LASIK like opens the flap and it like zaps your retina. Did I say iris? Anyway, it uses a laser to do that. From what I understand, the other surgery, it doesn't like reduce your surface area as much. Like it doesn't affect the actual structure or something.
I can explain PRK.
Like you couldn't. I'm almost done. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
LASIK, like you could not have an infinite number of times because the material, your eye doesn't have the material to do it. Now, if someone